Coul Links public inquiry. On Friday we heard from Dr McMullen from the applicants, and today we will hear from Dr Hansom on behalf of Dr Coul, and then Mr Hughes for the Conservation Coalition. In the event that we were to complete the evidence from both those witnesses today, with time to spare, I want to establish whether we have the option of moving on to a third witness today. In terms of the applicant, Ms Wilson, Dr Bowie is not available today, that's correct, isn't it? And there's nobody else from the Conservation Coalition?
Thank you, sir. Dr Young is available to start after Mr Hughes, if that helps, and he can start today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Whether we can achieve that or not, we'll see, but that's excellent. We did have an email from Kate Bellew about the running order or a request for timescales to be fixed for the coalition witnesses, and I think that was asking for Dr Young on Wednesday this week and Dr Wright on Thursday. However, we are hopeful that we'll be able to hear from both those witnesses on Wednesday, so we're reluctant to constrain things too much and run the risk of finishing a witness and then having nothing else to do for the rest of the day. So our strong preference would be to intend to try and hear the evidence from both those witnesses on the Wednesday, if we can.
Thank you, sir. We were just concerned about Dr Bowie and whether it would be possible for him to come after Dr Young and Dr Wright, if that might be a possibility, but appreciate that he might have been timetabled in. So just to seek clarity on that issue, rather than specifically Dr Wright just has to be on Thursday. So I'm sorry if the email wasn't clear on that.
What's Dr Bowie's availability, Ms Wilson?
I understand, sir, he'll be travelling back up tonight. Will be available from tomorrow morning. I had thought, that I hadn't been party to this email exchange, that I would be leading Dr Bowie on Wednesday morning. So if we were to today get to Dr Young, I'd be happy for him to give his evidence in chief, but I wouldn't be in a position to cross-examine him today. But Dr Bowie will be here all day tomorrow, so he can start whenever Dr Young is finished. And there's no difficulty with him being interposed between the other two witnesses. I think from his point of view, he's been waiting since last week to give evidence and would probably prefer to get it over with.
Okay, thank you. Yes, my apologies. I'd not forgotten about Dr Bowie, but I'd missed him off that plan for Wednesday. So we can maybe come back to that point later on today, once we see where we are following the first two witnesses.
So later in the week, Dr Coppins has some distance to travel, and I've asked him to travel on Wednesday with a view to giving evidence on Thursday. Does that fit with everybody's reckoning?
Certainly, that sounds to be in accordance with what we had anticipated or had hoped might be a better word that we would get through. Not sure about the other parties.
And we're remembering, are we, that Professor David Bell, who is one of Councillor McGilvery's witnesses, has had to book in for Friday.
In relation to the end of the week, I wonder if I can raise an issue in that I was advised yesterday that Mr Blackett has limited availability next week, which we hadn't been aware of. And essentially he can be available any day this week and Tuesday of next week. So my instructing agents have been investigating options around that, taking on board Milan and Friends' point at the end of proceedings last week that he didn't want Dr Darby to be split in evidence over the weekend, which is a view that I would share. We wondered whether or not after the Conservation Coalition finished its case that we might have Mr Blackett on Friday, because the community groups have indicated that they could be present on Friday. I think 9 of them could give their evidence on Friday.
envisaging Professor Bell and Mr. Blackett taking Friday. Professor Bell, I beg his pardon, and Graham Blackett taking Friday.
And if we did have any time, the community group have said they would be prepared to be here, and they have 9 witnesses available that could be led as well.
Quite a lot for a Friday.
Well, however many can be done, it would just fill the day until we get to an adjournment point, and then the rest would give their case next week.
Well, that would put Dr. Dargy into next week, wouldn't it?
And possibly also Dr. Coppins as well.
I'm not envisaging leaving Dr. Coppins on Thursday, as proposed. As we stand, the order is today Professor Hanson and Johnny Hughes, with Mr. Barry, possibly with Mark Young in chief. All right. Tomorrow, Mark Young in cross-examination, followed by Dr. Barry and then Dr. Lucy Wright. We might go into Thursday morning. That's really your call. And then, I don't want to.
Ms. Wilson, you said I'm going to get the acting. Dr. Blackett was available on Tuesday, though. Yes. So if we rewind a couple of minutes, then in theory, if we had the Conservation Coalition witnesses on Wednesday, Dr. Coppins and Dr. Dargy Thursday into Friday, and Dr. Bell on the Friday, that would allow time either for Dr. Blackett or Mr. Blackett. Apologies, I'm not sure what it is. But that would allow time either for his evidence to be on the Friday or to be on the Tuesday. So I'm not sure we need to start messing around more with the procedures than that. Does that not sound still achievable?
The only concern, sir, is that I could see us not finishing the Conservation Coalition case till into Thursday afternoon. And it may not be possible, if we were just to start evidence in chief, to finish Dr. Dargy by the weekend, because he covers a whole range of topics. And I would think he would be a day in cross-examination.
So it's quite simple that if Dr. Dargy is postponed to week 4, that any lie time on Friday after David Bell can be taken up with Councillor McGilvery's local group witnesses, who I think you've just said were available on Friday.
And Dr. Coppins, where would he fit into this?
Well, as presently advised, he's going to travel tomorrow and be here on Thursday, and I would propose that we take him on Thursday, but if I have to postpone him to week 4, then I can do that too.
So if that was your preference to take Dr. Coppins, that certainly isn't an issue. If the preference would be to keep Dr. Coppins in that grouping, that wouldn't be an issue, in that he wouldn't take all of Friday, and I could take Mr. Blackett in chief. He could come back on the Tuesday, but he'll definitely be finished on the Tuesday then.
Okay. Okay. I mean, we'll probably have to come back to this later on today or later on in the week, just when we know how things are proceeding. But at this stage, Ms. Wilson, in terms of the Conservation Coalition's witnesses, in terms of cross-examination, your estimate would be, are we talking about half a day each, or more than a day for the, leaving Mr. Hughes aside, more than a day for the 3 remaining Conservation Coalition witnesses?
I've estimated, on average half a day for each, but I suspect probably Dr. Wright will have substantially more questions than maybe the other 2 will. But in general, I think an estimate on average of half a day each.
So I wonder if you could indulge me with collectively indulge me with Dr. Coppins. If he's not to travel tomorrow, he has some distance to come. He's of a certain age, and I don't want to give him too many surprises. So if we could collectively make up our minds about him, I would very much appreciate it. To stop him travelling tomorrow if he's not to come.
I think our preference would be to hear Dr. Cobbins' evidence this week, and so I would say if we proceed on that basis, and then we can deal with the other details after that. Okay, we'll have to have a talk amongst ourselves about that, about where we are in progress later on today, and it might be something we need to pick up again later today or tomorrow. All of which is to underline that in terms of the progress we've made, we are some way behind where we'd hope to be at this point. So a reminder again from me, if we can please focus questions on those matters which are likely to be important to ministers when they make their decision, and to remind witnesses please to confine their answers to the questions they're asked. And it would also assist if we can take preconditions as read or largely so. Now, that being said, we are still hopeful that if we do keep these things in mind, that we can make good progress and that we can finish the inquiry by the end of next week as planned. But there is a risk we won't. And if that comes to pass, we need to consider, or we might need to consider, the option of returning for a day or two in the fifth week. Now, we don't want to contemplate that further at this moment, but I would ask you just to bear in mind that possibility, and if you can consider your availability during the week beginning the 26th of March, and we will return to that matter later on if we need to. Now, just before we move on, just to note, we did have from the applicant handed us a copy of a better quality copy of CD 1.40, which was handed out last week. It doesn't contain any new information, but just to let you know that we received that. Before we go on to the evidence, are there any other matters that anyone needs to raise? Ms Wilson, you were in discussions about something. Or?
Perhaps if I go first. There is one production that has been intimated to the other parties over the weekend. It's extracts from a book entitled True Links. And it was the source of information being referred to during Mr. Haspel's examination. The three courses that were discussed with him were Macrahanish, Muirfield and Dornoch. And the document is intended to ensure that you have the information in context from that book, together with an extract at the front that just explains what lies behind it. I've discussed it with all parties, and my friend Mr. Mackay has no objection, provided he can add in some additional pages of his own, which I've agreed to. But for today's purposes, if we can have it in the inquiry in its form as proposed by the applicants, and then when my learned friend gives me the pages that he would like to have included, a substitute document would be put in.
And there are no other objections?
Well, we're not happy about the late objection, but I regard this as really principally a matter for my learned friend, Mr. Mackay. So without expressing any without expressing any dissent, I would just neutral on the matter. I do have a matter of my own.
Would we have a document number for that?
Yes, so it would be APP 1.35.
Thank you. And Mr. Mackay, do you know when you would be in a position to add in your pages?
Well, I know which pages I would like to be added in, so I can advise Mr. Thompson of that during a break this morning. Essentially, they relate to the other golf courses which were discussed in Mr. Haspel's evidence, i.e. the Old Course, Carnoustie, and also Castle Stewart and Kings Barnes, which were made reference to. And also there's a chapter which explains what the book is actually trying to do, which is useful context for what then follows. But I'll confirm that to Mr. Thompson during the course of the morning. Thank you. Sir There is one other document which SNH would like to have lodged, if now is an appropriate point to raise that. It's a letter from SEPA, which was received by SNH at the end of last week. It's a letter to the applicant. I've discussed it with my friend, Ms Wilson. She doesn't have any difficulty with it being lodged. It relates to the car application for the borehole abstraction. It will become SNH 125.
Okay, I'll come on to you in a second, Mr Campbell. So, we can have hard copies of both those at some point during the day, or when we need to see them, if I understand it right. And again, you would email our office with an electronic copy, just so as we have them for the record. So that would be at 1.35, SNH 125. Mr Campbell, you mentioned that you had something to raise also.
Yes, sir. As part of Dr. Hansom's evidence, you have already got in front of you NC 155 and NC 158. You'll remember the exchange about extracting the graphic material from the precognition in advance of the inquiry. Dr. Hansom has prepared three-dimensional representations of some of the material in NC 158. I circulated these last night. None of my learned friends have indicated opposition to them. They do not contain any new data, but are simply an easier way of looking at the representations, the two-dimensional representations in NC 158. And of course, the witness will explain them to you as we go. Proposed that they be NC 158A.
Thank you, Mr Campbell. And there's no objections to that material then?
I wonder, sir, if Dr. Hanson could hand you two hard copies of those.
Thank you. And I see when you say 3D, these aren't models, so you'll be able to email them to the office as well then. Thank you very much. Is there anything else that we need to address now before we move on to hearing the evidence? Okay, Mr Campbell, thank you.
So thank you. Can I present to the inquiry the not Coul's first witness, who's Dr. Jim Hansom. Dr. Hansom, good morning. You should have in front of you your precognition and inquiry report. And so for this evidence, you will need NC 155, NC 158, and NC 158A. We're quite low tech here, Dr. Hansom, and you need to press the button in the middle when you speak. Begin by reading your precognition, and where appropriate, read it short.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Jim Hansom, Honorary Research Fellow at the University of Glasgow. I have consulted on several coastal golf projects, for example, beach management for Loch Lomond International Golf Course, shore management plans for the Carrick course, Loch Lomond, the course design for Machrihanish Golf Course, a course that's totally within a SSSI and is erosional future-proofed as part of our input. I acted for SNH at the public inquiry for the proposed Trump development in many dunes, SSSI, and for Forth Ports at the public inquiry for the proposed Rosyth International Container Terminal and dredging impacts upon the Firth of Forth SBA. I lead the Scottish Government-funded Dynamic Coast Project, which has established the extents and rates of coastal erosion in Scotland. I advise Angus Council and Montrose Golf Links Limited, whose course is the roading due to frontal erosion by storm waves, exacerbated by sea level rise. This precognition includes a review of Professor Pye's inquiry report submitted on the 11th of February 2019. In lieu of a review of the original RPS coastal erosion report, which was covered in my main report. Coul Links is a mature dune system that is no longer developing seawards. It lacks the addition of new and permanent embryo and foredunes. Such mature dune systems are characterised by a high, partly vegetated frontal dune ridge with a dune toe supporting ephemeral vegetated foredunes. Coastal sand dunes build seawards, and foredunes develop where plentiful beach sand occurs. Embryo dunes intercept sands, allowing sufficient sand to penetrate landwards to permit older dunes to gain height, vegetation cover and stability. If sediment supply reduces, storm waves increase or sea level rises, then frontal erosion by waves typically removes the embryo and foredunes to cliff the older dunes behind.
That simply means, well, what does it mean?
Just to steepen and remove sediment from the base of those dunes.
Yep.
This reflects the underlying context at Coul. There are exceptions to that general model, the well-established general model, and the exceptions occur where plentiful sediment supply offsets this erosion, for example, from longshore sources, or where inlets and streams locally enhance the sediment supply. That's exactly the situation at Loch Fleet entrance, where we have a small amount of embryo dunes and foredunes that are intermittently eroded and rebuilt depending upon local sediment dynamics. At Coul, there is a northeasterly dominated wave climate, and that drives a net southward longshore current, producing a net wave-induced southward drift of beach material, and the beach material is derived from coastal erosion at Galsby further north, and that joins sediment eroded from the Coul frontage itself. Under easterlies, the secondary wave direction, a counter current will drive sediments northwards towards Loch Fleet.
Wave direction. Does that mean it's the second most predominant direction?
That's right. Yeah, the main direction is southwards sediment transport under northeasterly waves. Easterlies will produce a reversed drift of sediment towards Loch Fleet entrance, which locally enhances the availability of sediment in that location. Just a bit of background about Dynamic Coast. Dynamic Coast, which is a publicly available website, you can get on the web and have a look yourselves. It depicts mean high water mark spring tide across 3 time periods. The historical, that's the 1890s to the 1970s. The modern, that's the 1970s to present. And the anticipated present to 2050. Dynamic Coast reported nationally a 38% in national erosion extents and a doubling of erosion rates since the 1970s. So since the 1970s, we've had almost a 40% increase in erosional extent and a doubling of erosional rates to about 1 metre per year nationally. Those trends are anticipated to extend to currently stable or slowly eroding areas, and within the Dornoch Firth, Galsby and Coul are identified as an exemplar of that effect. Between 1904 and 1977, Dynamic Coast showed a modest historical retreat of mean high water spring tide of 10 metres to 20 metres, that's about 0.3 of a metre per year, along most of the southern and central part of Coul. Using the 1872 first edition maps, up to 35 metres of erosion has occurred between 1892 and 1977, with some areas showing less than that. At Coul, this general pattern of longshore erosion, long-term erosion, is disrupted at 2 points. Both of those points are linked to stream exits. The first one is a small stream, the Clewelburn, which enters the beach north of Embo at the High Dune. And the second location is at Loch Fleet, where substantial losses and gains occur. Those gains and losses are quite normal at stream inlets, driven by dynamically changing geometries. At beach geometry, just the availability of sand. Dune health and dune erosion are directly related to the availability of sand on the main beach, by and large. The last published mean high water mark spring tide at Coul was at 1977. That's since been updated to 2016 and 2018. But the vegetation edge also informs recent coastal change. Overall, the vegetation edge up to 2018 shows about 5 to 16 metres of landward shift. There are some areas where there is some seaward shift based upon availability of sand, and the northern central section of the 17 green shows some of that stability. There's also stability, relative stability at the entrance to Loch Fleet. The parts of the proposed course that are at risk of erosion, in my opinion, are those closest to the shore, the 15th and 17th greens, and the back tees of the 16th and the 18th. The 15 green location shows mean high water mark seaward accretion of up to 14 metres between 1872 and 1977. But close to the stream exit, it may well be relatively unrepresentative of the overall situation.
Time to time.
Yep.
But it's just the language is not necessarily completely familiar. The expression seaward accretion.
That's simply the beach and the dune edge moving seawards. So that's deposition, if you like, rather than erosion. Away from those stream exits, for example, at the 16th back tee, there is progressive erosion shown up to 1977. And that 16th back tee is now then less than 2 metres from the vegetation edge of an exposed dune cliff. That's the big dune, which is eroding at about 0.6 of a metre per year between 2009 and 2018. The mean high water mark position at the 17th shows erosion of up to 25 metres up to 1977, and the 17th green now lies less than 20 metres from the 2018 vegetation edge. Earlier erosion at the 18th back tee reached 6 metres from the edge, but regained 4 metres by 2018 due to stabilisation of the eroded dune face. The positions of mean high water mark spring tide and the vegetation edges along the Coul frontage are dynamic, and they show reversals. But the overall trend is for ongoing landward erosion, and as a result, the 15th and 17th greens and the 16th and 18th back tees are positioned too close to a mobile frontal edge to be sustainable. They are at erosional risk now, and this risk is set to increase into the future. I'll move on to talking about the inquiry report submitted by Professor Pye, the 11th of February 2019. That report rests on 3 main pieces of evidence. Firstly, the inclusion of a digital elevation model from 2016. Secondly, analysis of storm recurrence intervals. And thirdly, the implications of the UK Climate Programme 18 results of wave modelling and sea level forecasts of a relationship of importance to the movement of mean high water mark at Coul. Firstly, the digital elevation model. That's a really useful model to have included, and I think we should thank Professor Pye for including it. The 2016 photogrammetrically derived DM for Coul links has a 2-metre grid spacing with an accuracy of plus or minus 1 metre in the horizontal direction, in the X and Y, and a plus or minus 1.5 error in the vertical. That's the heights may be out by minus 1.5, plus or minus 1.5 metres. That information is direct from Blue Sky, who flew the photography and delivered those results. I've got the information there if the inquiry requires it. This means that the digital elevation model is only accurate up to 1.5 metres and not 0.5 metres as quoted in the report. And because the change calculations in Table 8 to 14 of Professor Pye's report depends upon heights, this is key. It will affect the gradients that are calculated. There is also no statement of accuracy or spread of the ground control points used to tie that DEM to the ground. The DEM can be internally consistent with its elevations, but it must be tied to the ground to make those elevations relevant to OD. That's notoriously difficult in areas where there are no ground control points. Professor Pye provides ground control points. None of those are in the dunes or on the beach. So the DEM can be tied to the ground quite accurately in the EMBO and areas where there are ground control points, but it wobbles in space on the intertidal. The 2016 survey for the DEM occurred at low tide on the 10th of May. In my precognition, I query that. That's a mistake. It did occur at low tide. However,
Can we just be... We'll have to come back to look at this. Can we delete the words, should we delete the words, yet low tide that day was at 1200 hours?
yes, please.
Yet low tide that day was at 1200 hours to come out.
That's
Right.
at the bottom of page 4,
that
point
correct?
22.
Thank you.
So that's an error, and we apologise for that. However, the overflight was 5 days after the 5th of May spring tide, and so the purported low water mark of that DEM is not, in fact, mean low water mark of spring tide. The spring tides occurred at a different time from the overflight. So that means, in elevational terms, that the mean low water mark in the DEM is not the mean low water mark of spring tide, and therefore the gradients that are calculated between mean low water and high water are inaccurate or can't be relied upon. Despite those inaccuracies, the 2016 DEM throws welcome light on the mainly seaward movement of mean high water at spring tide between 1977 and 2016 in those regions of the 15th and 17th and the 16th and 18th. We also have a 2018 RTK GPS dataset provided by Boreas Ecology, which is accurate to 30 millimetres in the X, Y and Z direction. It's highly accurate GPS survey. That's useful because we can now compare that 2018 survey with the 2016 DEM. And the 2018 survey shows intertidal changes between the 24th of February in 2018 and the 4th of November in 2018. That's before and after the so-called beast from the east, Storm Emma, which occurred in late February, early March 2018. That shows the 2018 pre-storm mean high water at spring tide to lie close to the 2016 DEM, but landwards of it in 2018, late 2018. In other words, the most recent mean high water at spring tide lies landwards of the 2016 DEM mean high water mark. Several metres in some locations. The details are on some of the diagrams.
Well, perhaps we'll come to that when we come to that. Thank you.
Those transects show that the beach at Coul has undergone accretion between 1977 and 2016-18, despite several storms in the intervening period affecting Coul and the nearby beaches. And that was followed by erosion by late 2018 at Coul. One of those storms postdates the storm that we have a survey for, so the chances are extra erosion beyond that limit. It's quite important, however, that we view Coul within its wider context and ask the question, really, I'm asking the question myself, as to why Coul should accrete post-1977 up to 2016, because there has been accretion, that's for certain. It can be rationalised by looking at the conditions that affect adjacent beaches over that period, because much of the Coul sediment supply comes from updrift sources at Golspie. Coul can't be looked at in isolation. You've got to look at Coul in terms of the wider context in the Dornoch Firth. So if I can explain what's been happening at Golspie, and we have DEMs to show these changes and volumetrics to demonstrate those changes in dynamic coast. In the early 1970s, erosion at Golspie saw construction of a rock revetment that extended south in late 1979, when storms eroded large areas of the Golspie golf course. That rock revetment was further extended south in 1980 and 2003 in response to erosion across the golf course frontage. Beach lowering resulted, and the golf course rock armour revetment was undermined by storms in late 2012, requiring reinstatement and again reinstatement after storms in 2013 and 2014. That's the context. There's been erosion at Golspie for a long time. The 1900 golf course clubhouse now sits 35 metres offshore. at Golspie. If it was still there,
In existence.
its position lies 35 metres offshore. That updrift erosion and beach lowering releases sediment to the south, and that's key for Coul because Coul has been the beneficiary of that sediment. The peak of that flux is likely to coincide with need protection at Golspie with sediment accumulating at Lochfleet and Coul. Since the main high watermark spring tide at Coul has moved seaward up to 2016, it's likely that Coul's been that beneficiary. The same has occurred at Dornoch Point, and the broader process continues today with arguably much reduced volumes given the extension of protection of the beach at Golspie. So the sediment supply is being switched off progressively. Secondly, the analysis of storm surge recurrence intervals produced by the 11th of February inquiry report by Professor Pye discusses surge residuals. That's the elevation of the sea on a storm surge, a storm condition exceeding 2.1 metres at Aberdeen and 1.2 metres at Wick, suggesting residuals of larger than 1 metre at Coul to occur every 5 to 10 years. It's quite interesting to note that the surge of the 16th of December 2012 had residuals at Aberdeen of 0.3 of a metre and Wick of 0.5 of a metre respectively, well below the recent extremes quoted in the report. And yet that storm produced extensively damaged local harbours and Embo Pier at Clifton Dunes at Coul. It produced multi-million pounds worth of damage during that storm. The key point is that Professor Pye's report underestimates the local return intervals of damaging storms. The other issue about using Wick as a residual is for identifying elevated tides is that the tide gauge at Wick sits in the harbour and is seriously affected by terrestrial flood events. The only event that is not affected by terrestrial flood events at Wick Harbour is 1999. All of the other dates are seriously affected by terrestrial flood events, not tidal events.
Can I ask, sorry to interrupt, Dr. Hanson, I'm not seeing that particular point in the recognition. Is that in your inquiry report? I'm just wary of getting new evidence that I've not heard before, or we've not heard before.
I'm unsure of where that appears. It is the, okay, it's in Dr. Dargey's report.
Just a minute, if you don't mind. I think you may find it at paragraph 36.
Oh, sorry. I've jumped ahead, have I?
Of the inquiry report.
Oh, sorry. And it's also referred to in one of Dr. Dargey's reports, I believe. I don't know the number, I'm afraid. Which is one of the reasons why Dr. Dargey doesn't use tidal results from Wick.
I think you better just explain the phrase terrestrial flood events, please.
When there's heavy rainfall inland, the river floods, and that river will flood down to the sea where it meets the tide. That elevated amount of water in the river backs the tide up, and that gives an artificially high elevation in the tidal record. That can be misinterpreted as a storm surge.
And the gauge
Well,
in Wick.
before we carry on with this slide, I don't find this point raised in paragraph 36 of the inquiry report.
I think I'm correct in saying it's referred to in Dr. Dargey's.
Yes, the point that we're looking for, I think, is the tidal gauge at Wick and where it's located.
It's unreliable.
The evidence is there, and we can see if it's...
Okay, I mean, we can maybe move on from that. I just make the point that I'm just I don't want us to go down avenues that are not preceding your evidence.
Where did you get to? I think
Number 30.30.
point 30, I think.
February 11, 2019 inquiry report by Professor Pye refers to a possible 20 to 30% reduction in wave heights by 2100, suggesting wave height reductions may offset the effect of sea level rise on beach erosion. That is certainly the case. I would agree with that. A large reduction in wave heights would be required, however, to offset the effect of an extra 30 centimetres or 1 metre of sea level rise. That's predicted. The problem is that there's very little agreement on the direction of that change. This is page 29 of the Marine Report. The UK SIP Marine Report suggests average wave height change of 10 to 20% and a general tendency towards lower wave heights. However, changes in extreme wave heights, the damaging ones that create erosion at Coul, are also 10 to 20% in change prediction, but there's no agreement on the direction of change. For example, at the Morayfirth tide gauge, the closest one to here, the mean significant wave height is projected to decrease by up to 10%, but the annual maximum wave height may either increase by up to 15%, decrease by up to 15%, or increase by up to 10%. So the possibility exists of those, in those categories of wave heights that have the most potential to erode, of increases in wave heights rather than decreases in wave heights. There's no agreement on what waves will do into the future. Table 14 of the 11th of February inquiry report helpfully identifies the effect of future sea level rise on the migration of mean high water mark spring by plotting the planimetric position of future positions of mean high water mark spring in 2050 and 2100 based upon the geometry of the 2016 mean high water mark to mean low water mark slope. Figure 2 in this recognition anticipates the future movement of mean high water mark spring beyond the 2016 elevation model. It also shows the additional offset between mean high water mark and the vegetation edge. The reason for mentioning this is that the position of the mean high water mark is only one indicator of coastal erosion. As any competent greenkeeper will tell you, the mean high water mark spring is not going to be related to how the coast begins to erode. That's the vegetation edge of the crest of the dune will impinge upon the beach well before mean low high water mark is anywhere near the golf course. So the offset is important, the distance that is between high water mark and the vegetation edge. And all we've done in figure 2, and I can explain this in a second, is to add that to Professor Pye's positions of mean high water mark spring to give us positions of landward recession up to 2050 and 2100. Ensuring the 15th and the 17th greens and the 16th and 18th tees are future-proofed with any structural interventions to prevent future erosion requires construction of those greens away from the frontal dune cordon, which is effectively regarded as sacrificial or relocatable. So given that our revised positions of projected sea level change to 2050 and 2100 will impinge upon the greens and tees of the 17th, 18th back tees, 15th green and 16th back tees. None of those coastal elements of the golf course are in a sustainable location. And so Professor Pye has then been asked, or then moves on to identify ways in which erosion would be remedied or coped with. The ways in which these can be done are to reprofile the dune, which impinges upon the crest of the ridge. Vegetation planting, sand fencing are all proposed and are active and very successful ways to control dune erosion. They address dune erosion. None of those address the underlying issue of frontal erosion by wave processes. That would require structural protection or artificial beach feeding, both of which are expensive and long-term solutions to address potential beach erosion. Structural protection of eroding greens and tees is likely to produce negative impacts to the beach and gradient and adjacent dunes, as has occurred at nearby Gullspey, Tane, both Dornoch golf courses. That's the main course and the Struy course. The third green at Many on the east coast, the 18th at Skibo, and the course at Tane, all experiencing coastal erosion precisely because of this. Coastal erosion because of structural interventions.
Where's the evidence for that?
Say again?
Where's the evidence? Where is the evidence?
The evidence is in my main report, which is NC 158, I think. Can I carry on? It's quite important for the reporters and this inquiry to realise that, or to accept that it's a planning inquiry and that national policies of planning are important on the coast. National policies, Scottish Planning Act, National Marine Plan, the Scottish Climate Change Adaptation Programme, all require development of unprotected shorelines to be discouraged where they can't be adequately safeguarded over their lifetime without construction of coastal defences. They place requirements and duties upon the planning officers, the local authorities and government to discourage developments in areas that are at risk from erosion. SBP 2014 requires plans to recognise rising sea levels and more extreme weather events will potentially significantly impact on coastal areas and that a precautionary approach should be taken. The proposed golf course development at Coul Links fails these statutory obligations and should not, in my opinion, be permitted in its present form.
Thank you very much. I'll just ask you one supplementary questions, please. You tell us that you've been a professor at Glasgow University and also the University of Canterbury in New Zealand. Have you retired from academic life?
Correct.
When did you do that?
The beginning of 2018.
And are you describe yourself in your inquiry report as the principal investigator on Dynamic Coast. Just tell me what that means, please, will you?
I run it. There is a manager. It's a joint Scottish Government project between Scottish Natural Heritage.
Will you just take your time remembering that the
Sure.
gentlemen to your right have to write down what you're saying?
This is a Scottish Government-funded project which is managed by Scottish Natural Heritage and delivered by the team at the University of Glasgow. That team is now 6 strong and has direct contact with the various agencies that are responsible for coastal issues. Those agencies will be SEPA, SNH, Crown Estates, MOD, Transport Scotland,
Take your time.
a range of agencies, all associated with, all who have responsibilities for coastal issues, coastal management, coastal protection, coastal erosion.
And is any part of that work set against a background of the Scottish Government's wider perception of climate change and the effects of climate change?
Yes, I think the Scottish Government are really a climate change leader, I think. We've accepted that climate change is real and accelerating, and the Climate Change Act has very clear policy obligations. But policy obligations are good and well, but it's here through planning and public inquiries where the vital checks and balances are considered. Put simply, I think we've got an international national obligations to ensure that coastal development is sustainable. I think the idea is having the right development in the right place. And in its current form, there are parts of the proposed golf development known to be at risk. Those are the 15th, the 17th, the 16th back tees, and the 18th back tees are all too close to the coastal edge to be sustainable now and to be sustainable into the future. I've quoted SPP and the National Marine Plan, but there's a whole range of other policies that also have those expectations. And in the Climate Change Act, the Flood Risk Management Act, Scottish Climate Change Adaptation Programme, all of these expect climate change to be considered and a precautionary approach to be taken. The precautionary approach is to effectively plan for the worst, and if it doesn't happen, then great, we're relatively safe. But precautionary is the keynote.
Central to Professor Pye's evidence was the idea of the notion of RCPs, which is not a familiar acronym for us, but representative concentration pathways. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
Now, is that a valid yardstick for him to follow or to have followed?
I think it is. I mean, the RCPs are basically the total radiative forcing in watts per square metre for the greenhouse gases that are expected to be in the atmosphere in 2050 and 2100. And what that does is it projects into the future 4 scenarios. And that's where RCP, the low RCPs come 4.5, 6, 8.5, and so on. Those RCPs are simply scenarios. There are no probabilities attached to those. So your guess is as good as mine. RCP,
when you say they're simply scenarios,
they're based on the whole seat.
Based on empirical data or expert projections, or what?
Well, they'll be based on past empirical data, and that data are then projected into the future using models. So it's the sum of a series of climate change models into the future that will give 4 scenarios. The worst, if you like, but the most, the 8.5 is considered at present to be the most likely. For example, SEPA, SNH are all planning on RCP 8.5, 95% in their advice. All their advice is based upon the RCP 8.5 scenario. That's the scenario. That's business as usual. Things don't change in terms of our output of greenhouse gases. It's probably worth mentioning that those 2018 RCPs don't include the last year's worth of data, which suggests that they may well be underestimates. So already 2018 are, relatively speaking, a wee bit out of date. So there's no probabilities attached to the RCP scenarios. The probabilities are within each scenario, the 5%, the 50%, and the 95%. For example, if you took the 50% figure of RCP 8.5, it's as likely as not to be exceeded. If you took the 95%, that's unlikely to be exceeded. So the very extreme scenario would be 95%, 8.5 RCP. If the RCP 6 comes to pass, then the same applies. But it depends on what happens in the future, and that's an uncertainty. Because there's an uncertainty, the precautionary principle uses RCP 8.5, 95%, which is why Professor Pye actually helpfully uses that in some of his projections and maps.
I wonder now if you could take up, please, NC 155, 158, and 158A. And what I would like you to do is explain to the reporters what they're looking at in these documents, one at a time, at a reasonable speed, so that we can absorb what you're saying. Please, so can we start numerically with 155?
Sorry, could I just have a moment to get them out?
Okay.
Thanks.
Can we start, please, with NC 155? And rather than put to you my understanding of the... Sarah, do you have those? Yes?
These ones?
Yeah. I'd just like you to explain what we're looking at, please.
NC 1.5 figure 1 is simply the proposed layout Coul links showing the 1872-1977 positions of the vegetation edge and mean high water mark spring.
Right, so we have a series of lines shown in the legend
which show
the mean high water mark springs for different dates, the vegetation edges for different dates, and the diagrammatic layout of the golf course.
Yeah. These show erosion between 1872 and 1977. Remember that these figures were produced before the production of the digital terrain model of 2016, so they don't have that information. Yeah. So they're, in a sense, reviews of what was previously the situation. And what that shows is erosion of both the vegetation edge and the mean high water mark spring between 1872 and 1977 for mean high water. And because at that stage we didn't have a 2016 DEM or a 2018 RTK survey, we then added in the vegetation edge to identify where the course would be.
I take it, Dr. Hansom, that where lines are shown indicating either mean high watermark springs or the vegetation edge, that these lines are based on empirical data.
Yes.
That's to say, derived from the site.
Yes. Yes. These lines will be directly taken from Dynamic Coast data that's all publicly available on the website.
And it happens to be concentrated in that one place, Dynamic Coast website.
Well, Dynamic Coast is a national data set, sorry, maybe didn't make that clear. Dynamic Coast shows the changes, these changes that we're looking at here are replicated across the country on sandy beaches and dunes. So all we've done with Dynamic Coast is to zoom into Coul and extract the data. I could have done the same with Machrihanish or Montrose.
Perhaps then you'd move to figure 2, would you?
This is a photograph taken by Craig Allardyce, which is quite a spectacular photograph showing erosion across. It shows a fairly steep and unvegetated dune edge, obviously taken in winter time. I think the date is 2017, showing flooding at the back of the main dune ridge. It very clearly shows that Coul is characterised by a dune cordon, and that relatively narrow dune cordon backed by winter lochs or damp slacks in vegetation terms that lie in front of a mature dune system extending landwards.
You're referring there to the long strip of water behind the dune?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And who's Craig Allardyce?
A freelance photographer.
Okay. And figure 3, please.
Figure 3 is a well-known and well-recognised sand dune developmental figure, which shows how sand dunes form. I mentioned this earlier, that sand dunes form by developing seawards. Mature systems develop seawards.
Take your time again, please.
Right. They are all based upon what's known as a positive sediment budget on the beach. So when the beach has got lots and lots of sediment delivered by longshore drift or from offshore or wherever, then that excess sediment is blown landwards by wind. There it is intercepted by vegetation. That vegetation traps the sand and builds what are known as embryo dunes. With ongoing sand penetration, those embryo dunes build higher and become foredunes. By that time, a new set of embryo dunes has formed seawards of the existing dune. That process continues until the dunes at the back become relatively high and stable. By that time, of course, we've got a whole series of foredunes and embryo dunes building in front of the system. So,
are you able to tell me over what likely period these processes happen, or does it depend on the location?
Well, it does depend on the location, but in this area of Scotland, these dunes are probably of antiquity. They're probably several thousand years old. Sea level change was falling about 6,000 years ago. That would provide lots of sediment available to come on shore. So the oldest dunes probably date from about 6,000 years. We've radiocarboned the dune dates, the dunes on the Morrichmore just across the Dornoch and they started to develop about 6,800 years ago. So they're of antiquity. That will build seawards through time until such time as the sediment supply begins to be jeopardised or switched off. At that stage, the beach will enter a negative sediment budget and begin to erode backwards. And the dotted line on that figure 3 shows the erosion that will occur as the embryo dunes are progressively removed, the fore dunes are progressively removed, and the older dune ridge is then intercepted and cliffed and undercut. And that's the situation we have at Coul. We've got an ancient set of dunes that date back several thousand years. They will have been subject to periodic remodelling during the Little Ice Age a couple hundred years ago, thereabouts, and so on. And so on. The difference that has happened since is that sediment supplies in the offshore zone begin to run out. They are glacially driven and are inherited from past glaciations. They will run out through time anyway. The second issue that occurs is that this part of Scotland is no longer rising out of the sea quite as fast as it used to. The maximum rate of land uplift in Scotland is about 1 millimetre per year, and that's at the bottom end of Loch Lomond. Up here, it's probably slightly less than that, but that's kind of irrelevant if sea level is rising. It's 3 millimetres per year. So the old adage that Scotland is immune from sea level rise because of its land uplift is bunkum and out of date. Sea level rise is outpacing land level rise. So the effect that has on the sediment supply is to switch off that offshore sediment supply even more. So you've got less and less sediment as you go through time.
And less sediment means less building of the dunes, does it?
Less and less sediment means less building of the beach and less availability of sand to blow into dunes. And worse than that, because the beach enters a negative sediment budget situation, the beach then begins to erode back into the dune system, removing the embryo dunes and fore dunes that were previously in place, and then begins to cliff the older, mature, stable dune system that you've got at Coul.
Just two more things then on figure 3. The word berm, B-E-R-M, and the word swale.
Berm is simply a ridge. The swale is the inter-dune hollows, the dune slack. In vegetation terms, it would be a dune slack.
And figure 4. Thank you. Moving on.
Figure 4, again, predates the 2016 DEM and shows the layouts, the areas, the course that are potentially unstable. That's the 15th to the 17th. We've kind of excluded the entrance to Loch Fleet here, which is locally a relatively high amount of sediment. So the entrance to Loch Fleet is not mentioned this part at all. And what it shows is landward migration of the shore up to 1977.
Sorry, again, slowly.
Landward
migration of the shore.
That's erosion.
And when you say the shore,
of the high
do
water.
you mean the beach or do you mean the...
I mean the mean high water mark spring tide.
Right, thank you.
The line is migrated landwards, erosion. The position at the 15th is affected by the exit of that small stream, so it's a wee bit anomalous. The vegetation edge up to 2018 is also displayed on this plot, and it shows landward erosion overall, the migration of that line landwards, but it does show minor accretion at the 18th. And that's because the 18th shows some small dune development at the bottom of the dune face that is captured by the vegetation edge line. We plot the vegetation edge line because it's easily identifiable from area photography. So the edge line is at the top of the crest of the dune, the edge line is along the top of the crest of the dune, that's where it is. But if there's vegetation at the back of the beach, the edge line goes down to the back of the beach, so we know exactly where the accretion or erosion is taking place.
Do I understand from that last answer that the survey work that Dynamic Coast has carried out in order to produce this data is principally aerial photography, or is it supplemented in some way?
Where it's been derived from aerial photography is marked on a Dynamic Coast. You can click on any of these lines and the data will pop up, the date will appear, and the method of data capture will appear in a little dialog box. So much of the mean high water mark spring lines are from georectified maps or from LiDAR, that's remote sensing in an airplane, which is highly accurate. Much of the vegetation edge data is ground surveyed with the DGPS, which is accurate to better than 0.1 of a metre. Figure 5 is simply to show the excursion of the shoreline landwards, that's erosion of the shoreline landwards of a projected line which would have disappeared into the foreshore at Embo. If you look at the houses and protection at Embo, you can project northwards a line, an imaginary line. It's simply to show the amount of erosion that's occurred adjacent to the end of Embo. Embo itself has been protected by riprap and to some extent by a little rock outcrop for some time, and has been beneficially protected in that respect. The dunes to the north have continued their erosional path landwards. There will be some reflection effect based upon waves reflected from the end of the protection at Embo, which may have accelerated erosion to some extent. It's quite a common and well identified feature that at the end of a protection system, erosion begins to accelerate locally. So one of the reasons why there's quite a large, I measured this the other day, it's 40 metres inland from the end of the protection. So the erosion that's occurred on the dunes to the north of Embo are about 40 to 35 metres landwards of where the shoreline would have been had it been protected, as Embo's been.
And can we see the same feature at Gillespie where the golf course has been protected?
Yes. Figure 6 again shows the vegetation edge solely here, but what we've done here is from Dynamic Coast. Again, this stuff's all available. You can click it and check it on Dynamic Coast, publicly available. We've taken the vegetation edge, and these are all ground survey veg edges, between 2009 to 2015, 2015 to 2016, 2016 to 2018. All of those are in the boxes, and you can see that the boxes have been colour-coded to show vegetation edge erosion. The bulk of those boxes show red. If we take
we see 9 or 11 or 0.
meters, that's meters of recession.
That's meters.
Meters of recession.
Here.
So at the box at the 15th, for example, 2009-2015 shows 7 metres of recession across that 6 years. 2015 to 2016 was 2 metres of addition, so it built a wee bit then. 2016-2018 shows -2, so overall that bit's eroding. Up at the, back to the 18th, we've got about 6 metres of veg edge accretion. That's moving seawards. So it's developing there. So that dynamism has been demonstrated across time.
And the white box at the top, is that anything different?
White box at the top is accretion. The key at the bottom shows red as eroding or retreating, yellow as stable, and green as accreting. And across that time period, at the entrance of Loch Fleet, the position of the vegetation edge has been stable.
So actually it's yellow, not white.
It's a yellow, yeah.
Sorry,
it's a yellow.
pedantic. Yeah.
It's a yellow. It's yellow on my my printout here.
And then figure 7, please.
Figure 7 shows the two problematic greens, the 15th and 17th, showing seaward movement of the shore to 1977. But again, this is pre the 2016 DEM provided by Professor Pye and the 2018 RTK surveys. So it shows that the situation before we knew that was the case. It shows minor amounts of accretion at the 18th, but erosion at the 18th back T, minor amounts of accretion elsewhere.
Please, NC 158 and 158A.
Yep. 158. Okay.
And can I just carry out the same exercise, please, but take your time, because
Sure.
it's important we understand it.
Just, if you can just give us a moment, please, Mr. Campbell. I just want to discuss something with my colleague.
That's it.
Okay, beg your pardon, carry on.
Sorry.
No, it's helpful to have a little bit of explanation, but yeah, just bear in mind it is already material before us, and so there's no need exhaustively to go through it all. But I think if there are technical points that we might have just asked you about anyway, then that is helpful to point those things out.
Thank you, that's helpful. Well, let's look at what NC 158, can we? It's obviously a two-dimensional view of the beach. What are we seeing there?
The central part shows a series of profiles across the dunes. The black line is the 2016 digital model provided by Professor Pye. The dashed red line on the profile shows the February 2018 RTK survey before the storm of the beast from the east. And the solid red line shows a post-storm survey, 2018.
Sorry, just before we go on, we're both on this side confused. I'm looking at NC 158 and Professor Pye's looking at NC 158A, just so that we're following the evidence. Which is it? We're asking questions like No, I just wanted to be clear because we had a difference. We'd heard it different.
For the out, and those who are hard of hearing, it's NC 158 that we're looking at the moment. That's 1A. What is 1B?
1B is where I started, which is the key sets of profiles in the centre of the page.
Right.
So if we start with 1B, then what we've got there is a comparison between the 2016 DSM and the pre-storm and post-storm beach profile.
And that's, that's, if you like, a section through the beach.
Those are sections, those are transects through the beach, and those transects are indicated quite clearly as lines on figure 1A to the right.
So those are the lines at right angle to the beachfront.
That's right.
And transects being where
That's
the surveyor
right.
has walked through.
That's right. That's right. And what that shows is that on all of these profiles, the post-storm profile, the solid red line on 1B, on all of those profiles, lies landwards of the 2016 model, the DEM. So the high water mark is already past that, and the beach has migrated past that position. So we've had erosion there, quite substantial erosion. Figure 1A shows what that erosion looks like if you subtract the pre-storm profile from the post-storm profile, and we can identify exactly where the sediments have been lost and where the sediments might have been gained. And you can see there's the reds are up to 2 metres in the vertical of loss, and you can see those losses are quite substantial close to Embo, along the foreshore, along much of the foreshore north of the 15th, and the foreshore at the 17th have all lost sediment, quite substantial amounts of sediment in the central part of the beach. That's effectively beach lowering as a function of the storm.
That's where we see the different shading.
The different shadings
on the beach.
Yeah.
In 1A.
Yeah. So that's a span from February to November. That's the beach change between February and November 2018.
And
if you go to
forgive me, 1C, then
1C,
a series of photographs set opposite the transect results. Can I take it these are photographs of the place where the transect was done?
those are exactly the places of the transect taken on the 18th of February this year, 2019. And all of those show substantial amounts of erosion and cliffing. The top diagram, for example, is at the 18th back tee, which shows a 1.7 metre vertical cliff into that ephemeral dune. And as we move down through those sequences of photographs, there are substantial, and they're very dark photographs, I'm afraid it wasn't a very nice day. They're fairly dark, but they all show erosion of the back cliff quite substantially, with the possible exception of profile 4, which shows some vegetation still existing at the toe of the dune.
That's 4 from the top.
Profile 4.
4 from the top. Okay. Now, if we just keep that in mind. No, sorry, I'll do those in a moment. Let's move to page 2 of this document.
Diagram 2, the figure 2 of the document.
Figure 2, I'm sorry, you're quite right.
Shows the anticipated future positions of mean high water mark spring between 2050 and 2100 based upon Professor Pye's model, accepting the model may have errors in it. It's arguably the best we have at present, so let's use it. Supplemented with local figures for the offset between the position of mean high water mark in 2016 and the known position of the 2015 vegetation edge. So,
below the diagram, sorry, the MHWS of November 2018, that's last November, is already close to and sometimes landward of the MHWS anticipated to occur by 2050 using the DSM.
yes.
What does that mean?
So using Professor Pye's mean high water mark spring from the DSM 2016, what he's then done is to project the future position of the shoreline, the anticipated position of the shoreline in 2050 and 2100, the migration of mean high water mark spring, which is quite a logical thing to do. He simply added 0.3, I think, of a metre of sea level rise, which is projected by RCP 8.5, 95% projectile. Yeah? So that's the relatively high estimate, the estimate that most of the agencies are using. And what Professor Pye then does is to add that height onto his gradient of mean low water to mean high water 2016 to project where that shoreline might be. Yep. And that produces that blue line. The light blue line is 2050 out of the model, and the dark blue line out of 2100 out of the model. Yep. They show the 2100 to impinge upon the dune face and dune crest. They also show the 2050 line to simply run along the back of the beach. In two places, that projected 2050 high water mark spring tide was reached last year. That doesn't surprise me, actually, because there's lots of instances of that elsewhere. But what we've shown with the RTK survey, post-storm survey of 2018, is that we are already at the 2050 mean high water mark spring projected out of the model. Yeah. So we're there already, accepting the model as is. Now, the model may have errors within it, but accepting the model as is, we're already there. The other lines, the hashed lines, are our addition of the offset. Because what's been missed in much of the modelling thus far is that the position of the mean high water mark spring is technically not important in terms of how the coast, the beach, how the golf course is impinged upon. It's impinged upon as soon as the ridge of the sand dune recedes to that position. Yeah? So if you're standing on the dune today on the crest of the ridge, mean high water mark might be 30 metres away, but you're on the golf course. So you need to add the offset between mean high water mark to the vegetation edge to identify when the golf course will be impinged upon in the future, which will be before mean high water mark spring gets anywhere near the course. And that's all we've done in that diagram, to show you where and which parts of the golf course will be impinged by the advancing crest of the dune. In 2050, you'll see the 17th. Half of the 18th back tee is already gone by 2050. The 15th, the back tee, the 15th is impinged upon by 2050. If we go to 2100, much of the 15th is gone. The 16th back tee is in the sea. The main tee of the 16th is bisected. The 17th is bisected. And all of the 18th back tees are gone. There are three-dimensional views that we can go to if you wish, that relate to that. Or do you want to wait? That's more logic. Yeah.
NC158A, please. Sorry, Professor Hanson, if you take out 158A, please. I think I've understood you to say that these are a different, oblique angle view of what we've just been looking at.
This is simply an attempt to visualize and make the map we've just been talking about more accessible. There's no new data involved at all. All we've done here is to take the DEM model, look at it sideways, and to project those lines upon the area photography from an oblique angle to give you a feel for what's going on. And we've simply concentrated on the position of the 15th and the position of the 17th, which are the sets of the golf course that are in question. What you see on the first one, which is N158A, the first diagram, is the black line which shows Professor Pye's mean high water mark spring of 2016 from the DSM. And you'll see that it zigzags along the beach, which is fine. The red line shows mean high water mark spring of 2018 RTK.
That's the
red line.
Ground survey, isn't it?
That's the ground. That's the accurate ground survey from 2000, from November last year. It also shows the projection from the model of mean high water mark spring anticipated by 2050 as the light blue line.
Turquoise line.
Turquoise. And you'll see that we are at, or if I zoomed in even more, it would have been exceeded by 2018's mean high water mark spring. So last November, we got to the anticipated position of mean high water mark spring of 2050 that the model suggests. We're there already. Nightmare scenario if we run with the 2016. Yep. The dark blue line is the projected mean high water mark spring from 2010 based upon the model. 2100 based upon the model. And you can see it runs along the face of the dune, cuts across the mouth of the burn, and removes a chunk of dune in front of the T's for the 16th. The two green lines are Professor Pye's lines with the offset, the distance between high water mark and the veg edge offsets added. So the light green line is the offset from the mean high water mark from 2050 offset landwards and shows the dune cordon being seriously compromised, much of the high dunes gone by 2050. It bisects the 15th, it takes the back T out of the 16th, and it runs northwards. The veg edge from 2100 removes half of the 15th. The offset removes half of the 15th. So by the time we've got a mean high water mark spring tide projected from the model, which runs along the front of the dune and across the beach in some locations, the vegetation edge, the golf course has been impinged upon already well in advance of that time, both for 2050 and for 2100. The next diagram simply...
Sorry, can I just a question of clarification, if I may? The projections of the vegetation edge to 2050 and 2100 and the difference or the distance between those and the mean high water springs for those 2 years. What assumptions have you made, or how have you derived that distance? Is that based on the elevation change between the mean high water springs and the vegetation age, or is it a horizontal distance, or is it just moving back the same distance as there is now using those years? I'm just trying to understand.
It's entirely planetary. Well spotted. It's the ground positions of those edges. And the ground positions of the edges we took from the original diagram.
I wonder if Dr. Hansen could go a bit more slowly on this, please. I can't note this.
No, all right. No, it's fair enough. Could you slow down a little?
Sorry,
please, and just go back to Mr. Little's question.
Sorry.
Start again.
The positions of those lines are taken from planimetry, the georectified positions of where we think mean high water mark spring occurs from the DEM, and from the known positions of the vegetation edge taken from ground survey. So we know where these edges are, and these are simply projections inland. The projections are based upon, these projections are based upon a gradient, the gradient that Professor Pye's used. We have not changed the gradient. We've assumed that that gradient is reliable. We know it's not reliable in some locations, but it's probably the best we've got at present. We accept that. The offset has been based upon the position of mean high water mark spring in 2016 and the known position of the vegetation edge in 2015, the closest dates that we can get. So the comparisons are the mean high water mark spring 2016, the veg edge 2015, and that's the distance offset that we've used.
So if for any particular point going up or down the beach, if the distance between 2016 mean high water springs and the vegetation age in 2015 is 30 metres, let's say horizontally, you've just to come up with these projections for 2050 and again for 2100, you've just used the same 30 metre horizontal distance as appears now, and assuming that that would be the same.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's a useful point, thank you very much, because those are minimum distances. We know that the 2018 vegetation edge is further landwards and the distance is increasing. But we've based everything upon the information in front of the inquiry so that we can compare like with like. 2016 and 2015 are the closest we can get. We've accepted the geometric gradient that Professor Pye has produced, and all we've done is add the horizontal offset onto those lines.
Those lines.
Yeah.
A and 3B, and perhaps you can explain to me what we're looking at.
Which?
Sorry, NC 158,
158, yeah.
figure 3A and 3B. These ones.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. These are figures that were produced for the many inquiry. They're introduced here solely to draw parallels between the burn that enters the beach at Coul, which is between the 15th and the 16th back tee.
That's a Cluin burn.
Cluin burn at Coul is a very similar sort of situation to the many burn that was highlighted in the public inquiry then of being at risk from erosion. And what it shows on figure 3A is the digital terrain model from 2006 in the top left, the digital terrain model of 2009 in the middle, and the change model on the right-hand side is the subtraction of 2006 from 2009. This predates the construction of the golf course. So this was actually presented in the public inquiry at Many.
Okay, so just pausing there then.
Yep.
Make sure I understand this properly. We have three representations from a DTM.
From two DTMs.
From two DTMs. One shows the position at 2006, one at 2009, and the other is the product of the subtraction of one from the other.
That's correct.
And all this predates the construction of the many golf course.
Yes.
Okay, go on, please.
So this is one height model subtracted from another height model to identify the change that occurred before the third green was constructed at Many. And what it shows is that across those few years, we had 1 metre of lowering on the beach, 3 metres at one area, 9 metres of lowering in front of the big dune that you can see in the photograph below, and a 14-metre recession across that time period. It also shows gains elsewhere in green, but the crucial point is that the erosion at that green was pointed out in advance of the construction of the golf course.
Right. And the photograph below at 3B?
The photograph at 3B shows that the erosion that was predicted, anticipated to take place, actually took place. The Trump organisation then had to protect the investment that they put in for the golf course third using boulder riprap. So that was inserted post-inquiry, post-development of the golf course. And then planning permission applied for retrospectively.
So we can see that green, can we, in the left-hand half of that picture?
Yes, or half of the green.
Or
Most
half
of it's
of it.
gone.
Yeah, but we can see where it is.
Yes.
Yeah. And the riprap is
The riprap's
the
simply
boulders.
the boulder protection. That's correct. So it's simply inserted to draw a parallel to the potential for a similar situation occurring at the back tee of the 16th and the 15th at the Cluin burn.
I just want to be clear what we're looking at. We can see rocks laid on the shore of the burn.
Yep.
And the large objects in the centre of the photograph are actually straw bales, I think.
Those are straw bales. Yeah.
Does that act as an inhibitor of some sort for the action of the sea?
You should ask the Trump organisation that question. I think they float away.
no clear right and wrong in this situation, why do you say that your evidence is to be preferred to Professor Pye's?
Why am I? I think we've got to consider Coul in its context. And I think the context is absent from the environmental statement of the applicant and within Prof. Pye's advice. If you look at the Murray Firth, the erosion has been much greater since the 1970s. All of the adjacent beaches have experienced erosion. Coul has actually benefited from that erosion across that period. And that's because erosion at Golspie has sent sediment to the south, and Coul has accepted that sediment. It's a slight different in the angle of the Coul foreshore and rocks at Embo, which serve to trap sediment. So Coul has actually benefited from that. But those sources are now being turned off. There's protection all the way down to the cart track at Golspie, for example.
When you say turn off, are we talking about sediment running out, or are we talking about different actions of the sea, or what?
Sediment running out. Coul has received sediment from updrift erosion. And that updrift erosion has been quite substantial in the past, certainly across the 60s and certainly across the 70s to the 80s. It's been substantial. And the migration of coastal protection down across the Golspie golf course has really been quite substantial. The entire course at Golspie is now protected. There's minor protection in front of the caravan park to the south of Golspie. The cart track to the south of the caravan park is now being protected. So all those potential sources are being progressively switched off. Sediment's running out. We know the beach at Golspie is lowering because of erosion. So the receptor, the delivery of sediment to Coul, it is diminishing. It's no longer once what it was. There are local sources. There's an ebb delta at the Fleet, and there's Gizenbriggs at the mouth of Dornoch Firth. But those are fairly far from the currently eroding beaches and dunes that are close to the proposed golf course. The only source of sediment will be the ebb tidal delta at Loch Fleet, which is a possibility.
What's the Gizenbriggs that you're talking about?
Gizenbriggs are the offshore sediment sources that sit at the mouth of the Dornoch Firth, which are substantial distance from Coul and would require substantial easterlies and wave activity to bring those sediments within range. Effectively, it's not a viable source. There's no evidence for sediments from those sources reaching any of the beaches to the north. In fact, we know that the Royal Course at Dornoch is heavily protected now. We know that the beach in front of those boulder protections at Dornoch are deflating. The beach is lowering at Dornoch, and much of the sediment's arriving at Dornoch Point and Dornoch itself. So we know that a lot of erosion is occurring elsewhere. I guess the result is that most of the beaches around here are experiencing greater erosion, and that's expected to increase in the future. There are 6 golf courses around here within 30 minutes drive, within about 11 kilometres, 10 kilometres. All of them have got erosional issues. Some have lost their clubhouses. We know that Dornoch's lost its clubhouse. Many are considering contingency planning now. The golf courses are Barora, which has issues at 2 of its greens. Golspie, which has issues across its entire course and now protected. Royal Dornoch is largely protected. There's only one small section that isn't. Struy, the back course at Struy is eroding. Ski boat the 18th is eroding, and Tain has erosional problems. So I guess you've got to look at what's happening at Coul into the context of what's happening generally in the wider Dornoch Firth, and that's where I think our interpretation carries more currency than Professor Pye's.
Thank you very much, Professor Hanson. I have no more questions for you, so thank you. I wonder if that might be an appropriate moment for a small break.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. So it's 11:25. So if we are ready to commence again at 11:35, We may have one or two questions for you, Dr. Hanson, before passing on to Ms. Wilson.
Sir, can I just raise one point for yourself and Mr. Brown to perhaps consider over the break? Sorry? One point for yourselves to consider over the break. I had not anticipated starting cross-examination at 20 to 12 and would have expected to have done more. I'm not being critical of my learned friend, but that's where we're at. Mr. Hughes, as I understand it, has to give his evidence today and is only available today. We're not going to complete Dr. Hanson's cross-examination by lunchtime. And I wonder whether or not either I start the cross-examination and we just break at lunchtime and then Mr. Hughes is interposed for the afternoon, or Mr. Hughes is interposed now, or late morning, and then we go back to cross-examination with Dr. Hanson. But either way, provision has to be made for Mr. Hughes.
Is there a view from the coalition on that point in terms of when Mr. Hughes would best give his evidence?
I'd have to consult with Mr. Hughes.
Okay, well, we'll have a think about that. We can pick it up in 10 minutes. Thank you. The best order to hear the remaining evidence today is, what's Mr. Hughes' availability? I think the proposition was that we would right. Okay, so he will be available today and tomorrow morning. Then that's that. Right. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. In which case, it probably makes sense just to carry on with Dr. Hanson, and then if you anticipate that we'd be able to finish Mr. Hughes' evidence, worst case by tomorrow lunchtime, then I'm proposing we would just proceed with Dr. Hanson for now.
I wonder if it's known whether or not there's going to be any lengthy evidence in chief with Mr. Hughes.
There will be a period of chief examination, but I can't say how long that will go on for. My expectation is around perhaps 30 to 60 minutes, but don't quote me on that.
Well, so perhaps that could be verified over lunch. I presume Mr. Coul is somewhere else with Mr. Hughes.
That's right, he is somewhere else. But yeah, I can clarify that over lunch to get a more exact figure.
Okay, thank you. I think we just have one question to ask Dr. Hanson before passing over to Ms. Wilson.
Morning, Dr. Hanson. A general question, if I may. Whilst you've been assessing the impact of the coastal processes on Coul links and indeed on the proposed golf course, you've obviously used the worst scenario projections for climate change. I'm wondering whether there's any advice or suggestion within the guidance whether different scenarios should be used for different types of development. Just, for example, one would imagine if one was dealing with residential development next to the coast, one would have to be very fearful of the consequences of putting that in the wrong place in the longer term. Whether if, for example, you were designing public open space, there would be less obvious risks to life and limb from that. Is that something you've considered?
That's a useful question. There's nothing in the guidance that would suggest any change in the approach taken by planning authorities considering different types of development. The government policy is clear: we should not be consenting developments which are or may be in harm's way. There's no definition of development in that case. The fact that it's in the marine plan, sorry to go on, the fact it's in the marine plan gives an indication that the coastline is specifically being targeted as well.
But the worry that you're articulating here in relation to Coul links is not knife and limb, I'm assuming. It's the fear that if the holes were developed too close to the shore, that and if they were eroded over a period of time, that the only way of securing those would be by engineering works, which you consider would be not in the best interests of coastal processes. Is that where you're coming from here?
I think most coastal scientists would be of the same opinion that protection of those sorts of that sort of infrastructure and development would not be sustainable or desirable. I think the key thing here from a coastal point of view is that the T's and greens of the 15th and 17th are too close to the edge. They could quite happily be relocated purely from a coastal point of view. If they were relocated, that would be sensible.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, Ms. Wilson, thank you.
Good afternoon. One point that I'd like to just raise with you right at the beginning so that those around me can perhaps look for the sources. When you were reading out your precognition, I think Mr. Little asked you where there was evidence about the effects of the other courses. There's a mention in paragraph 33, I think it is, of your precognition. You say there structural protection of eroding greens or tees is likely to produce negative impacts to the beach and adjacent dunes as occurred at nearby Golspie, Tane, both Dornoch golf courses and the Fir Green at Many, and evidenced by international research. Apart from that reference to Golspie, Tane and Dornoch and Many, which we can set aside for this purpose as it's not in the area, that reference is specific to the question of ongoing or indirect impacts in terms of coastal erosion around where protection may be inserted. But where do we find the evidence which you say is context? At the end of your evidence, when you were asked by my learned friend, Mr. Campbell, why your evidence should be preferred to that of Professor Pye, you said context was everything and then went on to discuss all 6 courses in this part of Sutherland. Where's your evidence in relation to what is occurring at those courses?
The evidence for Golspie is in one of my submissions referred to in the inquiry.
Yes, I know about that report. That's linked to the coastal change. I know about that report.
You know about that one.
Apart from Golspie,
the rest of the evidence will be publicly available on a Dynamic Coast website.
That always seems to be your answer, Dr. Hanson. The rest of the evidence.
Sorry, could you speak more clearly? I'm having difficulty.
That is always your answer. It's publicly available. Where is the evidence to show that you carried out the analysis that you suggested at your evidence in chief you've done?
The publications that are in the public arena, only one of them has been submitted to the inquiry relating to Golspie.
And if you need to take time to look at it, please do so. But as I read your inquiry report, you don't discuss this issue of context vis-à-vis the other courses in the area at all in that report.
Which report are we talking about?
Your inquiry report.
The main report. Much of the change going on at Coul will be contextual depending upon sediment supply from elsewhere.
Answer the question, please, Dr. Hanson. Where in your inquiry report do we find any reference to these other courses in East Sutherland that you told the inquiry at the end of your evidence in chief was crucial context that differentiated you from Professor Pye?
NC 154, page 17, summary position. Paragraph 68. Current dynamic equilibrium form is a result of long-term sediment deficits within the Dornoch Firth, together with the effect of a rising sea level and the impact of storm wave activity. Examination of the foreshore at Coul links. I think it's there, actually.
Is it paragraph 68 you're referring to?
Absolutely.
Well, you're talking there about the history of Coul links. You're not mentioning Tame, do you?
Tame is not mentioned in here.
You don't mention Skibo Castle? You don't mention Skibo Castle and what's happening at
Skibo,
the 18th?
no, don't mention it in that context.
There's no discussion either of Dornoch in this evidence.
Dornoch is not discussed in this evidence. It is referred to in several of the references on page 19. I think reference 3 might be the one you're looking for. Dornoch sand dunes, historical geomorphological changes. NSNH submission.
So I understand that report refers to progradation and accretion, not erosion.
Sorry, could you be more specific? Progradation and accretion where?
In the Dornoch Bay.
Oh, in Dornoch. Well, it depends which part of Dornoch Bay we're talking about. Those reports that you're referring to refer to substantial accretion south of Dornoch town, extending to Dornoch Point. North of that, that's the Dornoch Royal Golf Course, is eroding quite substantially. That's also in that report.
Well, if you just wait a moment and we'll look at this document that you say provides support for your proposition that the problems at Dornoch are recorded there, Dornoch Golf Club are recorded there. Is it Dornoch sand dunes, historical geomorphological changes that you're referring to?
That will be that'll be it, yes.
Do we have a document number for that?
I know it has been produced, so I'm just looking for the actual number. In fact, there it is, NC 63. Do you accept that there's massive accretion south of Dornoch Town? Do you accept there is massive accretion south of Dornoch Town?
To the northern part, correct, yes, there is a substantial amount of accretion.
And would you also accept that the volume of accretion there is much larger than what has been lost from Golspie?
I don't think the volumetrics have been done. It is substantial. It is limited, however, and Dornoch Point has undergone substantial amounts of variability, phases of erosion, phases of deposition, phases of overwash.
Could you look, please, at page 69? I think you suggested that the volumetric changes hadn't been recorded.
Page 69?
Page 69 of this report.
This report. 69, yeah. That's 69.
Seems to indicate that there has been an assessment of volumetric changes at Dornoch Point.
Yes, that's correct.
And that perhaps serves to demonstrate what you have not done for the purpose of giving evidence to this inquiry and supporting your propositions. You haven't done any volumetric calculations to support the assertions you're making in your evidence at Coul Links.
No, that's wrong. The volumes that are lost and gained at Dornoch Point between 1970, 2000 and 2007 are not particularly up to date. Those have been changed since then. This report is dated 2011, I think, and those volumes are simply volumes between the specific dates.
So insofar as you're telling the inquiry that your evidence should be preferred to that of Professor Pye's, because context is everything, this information for Dornoch is out of date, correct?
In this report, yes.
And that's all that you have to rely upon so far as Dornoch is concerned.
Sorry, could you...
That is all that you have to rely upon so far as Dornoch is concerned.
Given the report, yes.
You've got nothing so far as Skibo Castle is concerned.
That's correct.
And you have nothing for Tain.
That is correct.
And the work that you have in relation to Golspie is dependent upon the work that you're doing for SNH.
That is correct. It has been updated for dynamic course for the Scottish Government, however. As has Dornoch.
Well, I don't want to go to the various reports that we have that are part of this ongoing work that you're doing. But so far as the dynamic work is concerned, the dynamic coast is concerned, as it's been explained to me, you work through examination of areas within cells and at a much higher level than this type of work where you look specifically at the geomorphological changes.
Incorrect again. The reports are compiled into cells, and within each cell there are specific details for specific sites, Golspie being one of them. Tain is mentioned. Coul will also be mentioned, but only in the context of what's happening at Dornoch.
Can we agree that you've done no specific analysis for the Coul frontage?
Other than the work that's been done here, that is correct.
And the survey work that you rely upon, was that carried out by Dr. Dargy?
It was carried out by Dr. Dargy, Boreas Ecology, yes.
And that information was provided to you?
That is correct.
And you accepted it? You didn't do any validation of it?
It's been validated.
Did you
by
do it?
our surveyors have validated that information, and the information has been input into Dynamic Coast. We quality assure all the information that we receive.
As I understand, it was a GPS survey that Dr. Dargy carried out.
That's right.
So if there was any errors in the use of the GPS, then that might affect the validity of the information.
That would be correct.
So it comes to this, doesn't it? That having told the inquiry that your evidence should be preferred because context is everything, you don't actually have the detail to provide the context. You're just making assertions.
We have a substantial amount of detail for Dornoch, as you've mentioned. We've got a substantial amount of detail for Goldsby, as you've mentioned. And we've got all the data lying within the Dynamic Coast website.
Well, we'll come to make submissions in due course about the nature of the evidence that's before the inquiry. But the other part of the other plank to your conclusions is in relation to sedimentary transportation. You have done no analysis in relation to sedimentary transportation for the Coul links foreshore that we're concerned with.
I understand that no one's done that work.
So the answer is yes, you've done none for this inquiry.
The answer is yes, I have done nothing in terms of sediment transportation for this inquiry.
Have you done any work to assess the onshore, offshore supplies of sediment?
No, that is correct. I don't think anyone's done any of that work. It's actually very difficult scientifically to establish onshore, offshore transits.
But you're the witness here making assertions, so it's for you to prove and establish your hypothesis, is it not, as a scientist?
Yes, there's no evidence to suggest substantial onshore, offshore exchanges of sediment at present.
Have you done any detailed analysis of coastal processes, such as waves?
Yes.
And where do we find that in the inquiry documents?
It would have been in the report that you just referred to. Dornoch sand dunes, is that? I think there should be wave refraction diagrams in this one. Give me a second. Yes, on page 31, you'll find some wave refraction diagrams which are of antiquity, I'm afraid, because they come from Hansom and Leaf 1990. That's been reproduced in the report you have in front of us. That's Hansom and Dunlop, Dornoch Sand Dunes, Historical Geomorphological Changes. I'm afraid I don't have the number.
I'm advised that that is not analysis of wave data.
And that's a wave refraction programme that will have been preceded by the analysis of wave data to decide which directions and sizes of waves that have been approached.
Well, can you tell us where the wave data would have been measured, from which these could be derived?
That wave data would have been from a Met Office model, a very primitive early Met Office model.
Do you accept that that's not measurements of waves? That's modelling?
That's correct. Those are taking the wave data and transforming that into directions and heights of waves and bringing in a wave refraction model into the shoreline. It's not, you're correct in saying it's not the analysis of wave data.
As Professor Pye refers to in his evidence, as wave data available from the Murray Firth buoy. Why didn't you analyse that data for the purposes of giving evidence here?
We didn't use that evidence because we're fairly certain that the evidence on the ground displayed southerly transport of sediment to Coul under specific wave conditions, and under other wave conditions there's a reverse drift towards Lochleat.
In terms, without using that data though, you have not addressed the question of what is the balance between, on the one hand, the resource that's available in terms of sedimentary transportation and what is eroding. In other words, insofar as you've asserted today that there is a deficit, you haven't done the analysis to prove that.
The volumetrics have not been done, agreed, but there's substantial evidence of loss of sediment from the Golspie shoreline, and there are substantial evidence of the receptor of some of that sediment at Coul from the geomorphology underground, but the volumetrics of the transit have not been done. That is correct.
And equally on that same issue, although you rely heavily upon the alterations in the mean high water spring over a relatively short period of time, you have not addressed in your evidence the extent to which the dunes have increased in height, have you? It's all been horizontal.
That's correct, and the reason for that is that there have been no accurate surveys done of the dunes at Coul in terms of altitudes.
On that basis, then, you don't know whether or not the frontal dunes have or have not gained substantial volumes.
Well, they haven't, because we've got the position of the vegetation edge, which shows translation landwards. Where there's been accretion, that is, dunes developing, the vegetation edge moves to the bottom of the dune, the toe of the dune, and we also have that plotted using both aerial photography and ground survey. So we know the planimetric positions of those vegetation edges.
I think we can agree this. You do not have any analysis of volumetric changes of the dunes.
That's correct, because all of our focus has been on the beach and how the beach interacts with the eroding cliff of the dune.
I would suggest to you that it's not a question of it not being your approach, and by that I mean the team at University of Glasgow. It's not been the approach of Dr. Dargy, and you're reliant upon the data from Dr. Dargy.
And we're relying upon that data.
Yeah. And he's looked at it from a horizontal perspective.
Say again, sorry?
He's looked at it from a horizontal perspective in terms of movement of the dune edge.
No, actually, he has RTK survey information that was presented in the diagram we had before, 158. The figures in 158 figure 2, sorry, I mixed up here. We do have the cross-sectional profiles in 158 figure A.
If you just wait a moment. This is a drawing that depicts the data, but we I believe we do not have before the inquiry the data upon which this is based.
I think that's inaccurate as well. I've just said it was the 24th of February in my main recognition and the 4th of November, both of which were at low tide.
No, I think you probably know this, Dr. Hanson. We don't know where the data points are.
Oh, the data points. No, we know where the transects are taken because that's shown in figure 1A. The specific data points extracted are not mentioned there. You would routinely not report individual data points. None of the individual data points from the DSM produced by Professor Pai are mentioned either.
Well, I'd like clarification from you on this. The data that you were provided with,
Yes.
and upon which your figures are based,
Yes.
is not produced to the inquiry.
No. We could flood the inquiry with data points if you wish.
Dr. Hanson, you flooded the inquiry with lots of generic documents. Why not flood the inquiry with some relevant information, specific, site-specific information? That would be more helpful, would it not?
So the question is objectionable because NC-158 does contain site-specific information. It shows the line of the transects. And the witness has given an explanation that data points are not routinely reported. And that remains to be seen, and I don't want to anticipate Dr. Dargey's evidence. Maybe a couple of surprises in it from Ms. Wilson in due course. But for this witness, he's given an answer to the question about the production of relevant site-specific information. And so the question, as asked a second time, is not fair, in my respectful submission.
Let me ask you this then. Are these transaction lines slices through the white strip, if I refer to it that way?
These are transects across the profile of the dunes and the beach.
Do you know whether or not Dr. Dargey has surveyed across the line that's shown in 1B?
I don't understand the question. Could you repeat that?
Is this based upon ground survey work
Correct.
across the line that we see depicted in 1B?
Along the line of transect onto the beach, yes.
So you're saying that they are therefore not slices through the DTM?
No, they can't be sliced through the DTM. In any case, the DTM is relatively inaccurate. Our ground surveys are very accurate. They're not slices through the DTM at all. They are along the same line as we've taken the DTM profiles at the points where the survey has taken place and reproduced verbatim the heights from the DTM, plotted against the profiles. So it's quite a standard procedure, I think.
Let me try and put it this way to you. Are the profiles that we see created by the DTM, or is the DTM created from the information in the line profiles?
The profiles that you see, those black lines, are extracted from the DTM.
Well, I'm advised by Professor Pai on that basis they are not surveyed lines.
Those black lines are not surveyed lines. The red lines are surveyed lines. The black lines are subject to errors associated with the terrain model. The red lines are subject to errors associated with RTK GPS, which is much more accurate than lines taken from a DTM, from a digital terrain model, which itself is based upon aerial photogrammetry.
And also, before we move on to more general questions, just dealing with the evidence you gave this morning, are we correct to assume from your evidence that you have assumed that there is only one source of sediment for recharging Coul links, and that is from Golspie?
No, The main source of sediment will be from Golspie. There will be additional sediment sources based upon the tidal efflux and influx from Loch Fleet. There will be very limited onshore-offshore exchange, although we do not have that exchange quantified.
Well, even in terms, whether it's quantified or not, there are more high-level issues that you're stating there, which is that you treat the source from Golspie as the main source, and you treat the source from Loch Fleet and from offshore and onshore as secondary or tertiary sources. That's correct, isn't it?
I would treat the onshore-offshore as secondary or tertiary sources. I think Loch Fleet has a substantial role to play in sediment delivery. It is an interception zone as well, also for sediment coming down from Golspie.
Now that's your opinion, but you would have to accept you've done no data analysis or modelling.
There has been no modelling on this part, no.
But Professor Pye did do data analysis for his evidence.
What sort of data analysis was this?
Well, the data analysis that we found reflected in his inquiry report.
Tell me what type of data analysis we're talking about.
There's wave modelling and there's analysis of sediment trends.
There's no wave modelling.
Wave data analysis.
There's wave data analysis. There's no wave modelling. That's incorrect. And there's no real information about sediment trends. There is a capture of a one sample capture of what sediment's on the beach. And that's all.
Let's just look at your background and experience to see how you have constructed your evidence to fit with previous cases you've been involved in. Could you have your inquiry report in front of you, please?
That's 154 for your notes, sir.
Okay.
And we look at your introduction and we see that you set out in paragraph 2 your research interest, which obviously covers some of the topics that you discuss in your evidence relative to Coul links, doesn't it?
Yes.
But what we're concerned about here is not whether you've got the relevant experience. What we're concerned about here is how you apply the science to the facts of the case, is it not?
Yes.
And the essence of your argument is that Coul Links golf course is at risk and likely to be unsustainable. Is that right?
And likely to be?
Unsustainable.
The frontal edge of the dunes is at risk, and anything that's constructed close to that frontal edge of dune may well be unsustainable.
May well be unsustainable.
Yes.
And on that basis, you argue that it's contrary to government policy, don't you? You argue it's contrary to government policy.
Yes.
Do you have any planning qualifications?
No.
And it was your position, I think, in response to Mr. Brown's questions, that so far as you were aware, government guidance applied to every form of development, no matter what the form of development might be.
That's my understanding.
And when you gave that evidence, what policy documents did you have in mind?
The National Marine Plan, the Climate Change Adaptation Plan, Coastal Planning Policy. I'll find them in a second. It's in the main document 154. Where are we? Scottish Coastal Planning Policy 2014, Scottish Climate Change Adaptation Programme 2014, updated 2017, Scottish Environment Group Policy 2004, Marine Scotland's Duties under National Marine Plan 2014. Oh, sorry, this is paragraphs 58 through to 67. Of 154.
So should we take it that these paragraphs that you cite here are the paragraphs of policy that you rely upon, expressing the conclusion
Yes.
that the proposal is contrary to government policy?
These are taken verbatim out of the policies. There's also a volume in Dynamic Coast, which again is publicly available and not available to the inquiry, that reviews the policy context of coastal development.
Sorry, did you say in Dynamic Coast?
It's on the website, Dynamic Coast, policy context.
In what you base your conclusions on, not what conclusions the authors of Dynamic Coast came to. You state in your evidence here particular documents. The ones that you've referred to, I would suggest, are background documents, not planning policy itself. But if the only reference you have to planning policy is at paragraph 75, the proposed development meets none of the Scottish planning policy requirements or the 2014 Scottish Climate Change Adaptation Programme. That's a fairly bold statement. It meets none of the SPP requirements, is it not?
Yes.
And you can't justify it, can you?
The policies are there and to be interpreted. The key thing is whether the development we're talking about is at risk, not the policies.
Now, it's your interpretation of the policies that we're talking about, Dr. Hanson. I mean, you do understand that when you're giving evidence to a public inquiry, you have a responsibility to be accurate in your evidence.
That's my interpretation of the policies, yes.
We'll come back to that shortly. Have you considered the provisions of the development plan?
No.
Have you considered the section of the report to committee that the Highland Council Planning Division prepared when this planning application was considered?
No.
So you're unaware of the content of the professional planners' analysis who advised the planning
To answer the question, please. He's already said he didn't consider either of these documents, so he has answered your question already.
With respect, sir, it's my judgment as to whether he has or not, and if you feel that this is repetitive, then no doubt you'll tell me, but there's a difference between whether he's read a document and whether or not he's in a position to reach a conclusion.
No, that's fine, but I mean, I make the more general point, albeit there is policy coverage in Dr. Hanson evidence. We have written submissions on policy as well, and I'm just making a word of caution about spending too much of our time on policy. But I understand the point you're driving at in terms of the basis for the evidence being put in terms of policy.
Yes, sir. It's relevant because of the conclusion that the witness expresses in paragraph 76. If you could look at that, please, Dr. Hanson. Under reference to the policy documents that you've referred to, you say, for these reasons, the proposed golf course development at Coul's Links should not, in my opinion, be permitted in its present form. It's out with your area of professional expertise to make that recommendation or statement, is it not?
The paragraph 76 is a review of most of the points leading up to paragraph 76, not necessarily paragraph 75.
But it's out with your area of expertise as to whether or not planning permission should be granted.
Paragraph 75 is correct. The rest would be accurate.
Dr. Hanson, you know very well the question I'm putting to you. It is out with your area of expertise to express an opinion on whether or not planning permission should be granted.
Accepted.
Now, in relation to other golf course development where you have applied science or apparently applied science to the facts of the case are listed in paragraph 4 of your inquiry report. And you say that you've acted as coastal consultants in several projects. You advised on the beach rehabilitation strategy for the Loch Lomond International Golf Course. Who was it that you gave advice to in that? Who did you advise in that project?
The landowner, the developer of the golf course.
And so far as the new Carrick course at Loch Lomond is concerned that you mentioned, who did you advise in that project?
The landowner, developer of the golf course.
Macrahanish Golf Development. You say, following my advice together with SNH, the developer made significant changes to course layout. Who were you acting for there?
The developer of the golf course.
And you say there, the developer made significant changes to course layout, management and structures to involve minimal dune reprofiling and a fallback strategy for any greens and tees that might be affected by future coastal erosion compounded by sea level rise. Agreement between SNH and the developer resulted here in a sustainably designed golf course on a triple SI that is both future-proofed and meets the requirements of all parties. I would suggest to you that it didn't meet the requirements of all parties because the design was compromised so significantly. It has not achieved high ranking in the top 100 golf courses, has it?
I have no idea.
When you advised the developer on the changes that you proposed, presumably they were related to coastal erosion.
Yes.
And SNH, we know from Professor Angus's evidence, were also involved, and he made recommendations related to dune habitat. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Did you work together then?
With Professor Angus?
Yes.
No, I worked with other members of the SNH staff, coastal geomorphological staff. We walked the course with the golf course architect several times in advance of the golf course design to identify areas that could potentially be at risk and discuss relocation of those greens and tees into a more sustainable location.
In your opinion?
And the golf course architects, quite clearly, and SNH.
Well, we don't know if the golf course architects thought it was more sustainable or whether or not the golf course architects considered that they had to accept certain advice from SNH, otherwise their development wouldn't be approved. Is that not right?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. Could you look, please, at the production True Links, APP 1.35. APP 1.35. I think you're going to be provided with a copy.
Can I ask, is this the first version or is this the version with Mr Mackay's additions?
No, sir, we agreed the additions over the coffee break, and I think they're being provided to be included. But they're not necessary for the point of my question.
Which page are you going to, please?
Checking with Mr. Thompson if I'm missing the page numbers or just not seeing them. Yeah. If you find page 151, which I think is the first one nearby that's numbered. Sorry, 251, which has a photograph of Machrihanish Dunes' 7th hole. In fact, it's the last page of the document. And the preceding pages essentially are describing the nature of the course and the background to the design. If you turn to page, what must be 150, do you see the paragraph that reads, "The summer of 2009 brought the opening of the first links course in the west of Scotland in more than a century. David MacLeod Kidd's Machrihanish Dunes sits beside the original Machrihanish course, which was designed by old Tom Morris in 1879. It is also the first course ever built on a triple SI, the most restrictive classification of Scottish Natural Heritage, the organisation that protects the nation's fauna, flora and landforms." What that means is that of the roughly 275 acres on the site, only 7 could be disturbed. The holes could not be designed or created in any way. Therefore, just as in old Tom's time, the only choice was to follow the lay of the land, starting and stopping where the hills and dells suggested. Kids submitted dozens of routing plans before one earns SNH approval. Were you aware of that? And also that they were produced in order to earn SNH's approval? Yes. And then there's a description as to how the earth was moved, and the statement in the penultimate paragraph, "The course is breathtaking in its raw challenge. 5 tees and 6 greens sit on the edge of the Atlantic. However, with no grading or other pedestrian accommodation allowed, this is no walk in the park. It is a mountaineering expedition," admits Kidd. First-time players are well advised to bring a caddy or at least a spotter to help navigate the plethora of blind holes. Due to its restrictions, Machrihanish Dunes may never be able to ascend to the heights of the world's course rankings, but it will surely take its place as one of the game's great experiences, an authentic replica of the links of yore. It is also a blueprint for low-cost and sustainable golf. Would you accept, Dr. Hansom, that if the course did not achieve the design objective, then it's unlikely the developer would think that it met its requirements?
Sorry, but the question doesn't...
Don't understand the question.
If the course did not fulfill the design objective.
What design objective?
The developer's design objective.
Sorry, I wonder if Professor Hanson could repeat that last part of the answer. I didn't catch it properly because the microphone wasn't on.
Sorry, my fault. I understood, and I'm not a golf course architect, I understood that the aim behind the Machrihanish new course was to create a 19th century golf course, to recreate the 19th century experience, where holes would be moved, fairways would be grazed by sheep, and so on. That was one of the objectives.
Whereas the design objective for Coul Links is to create a world-class golf course that does rank as one of the within the world course rankings, isn't it? Did you hear that evidence, the inquiry?
No.
Could you repeat that answer?
No.
Thank you.
Of course, we don't know what the issues were in terms of coastal and dune management for Machrihanish at this inquiry.
That's correct.
And then the next golf course that you refer to is Coul in Sutherland, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And who were you advising there?
The landowner, I think, whose name was Mr. Hamilton, owns Balnakeil House and the sand dunes north of Balnakeil House.
And your evidence seems to suggest that it was designated as triple SI because of its geomorphological features?
It is. It's triple SI and the Geological Conservation Review site.
And was it you that persuaded the developer not to proceed?
A combined effort between the coastal ecologist who was advising and my advice.
In 2006, as you've already told us, you were involved at many. That time for SNH was the SNH team of Mr. Rooney and Professor Angus. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Do you accept that the features for that triple SI are different to the features here?
Yes.
And then, I think the first time I came across you, Dr. Hanson, the Fourth Ports inquiry, where you gave evidence on behalf of the objector to Babcock's proposed new container terminal for whom I was acting, correct?
Yes.
I think your argument there was that the dredging of the approach channel would result in lowering of the beach within the Firth of Forth SPA and triple SI.
As I recall.
Essentially, there'd be a scouring effect.
A scouring effect that would release sediment and affect seagrass beds, eelgrass beds, and impact upon the SPA.
I think the particular relevance was that the beaches concerned were roosting and foraging grounds for the SPA birds. And that was disputed by other coastal geomorphologists. And I think from memory, given that consent came to be granted, your evidence wasn't accepted there.
The consent was granted based upon the economic case, as I recall. I think all the evidence was accepted.
Well, there was a dispute between yourself and Wallingford's, wasn't there, as to what the effects would be?
Oh, there was certainly a dispute, yes.
And then Montrose golf links that you refer to, you're acting for Angus Council through your role in Dynamic Coast. What's that role in terms of giving advice?
It's a watching brief in terms of update of where the coastal erosion issue is through time, but also advice on how the erosion problem might be remedied in the future.
And are you suggesting that the issues at Montrose are similar to the issues at Coul Links?
The issues at Montrose are much more advanced than Coul Links. What we've lost at Montrose is the cordon of high dunes that you still have at Coul, so much so that the golf course is already being sectioned by storm waves. I think the third lost 2 metres 2 weeks ago during the high tides. It's simply a bellwether of what could happen at other courses with a similar context.
Well, that's a very broad generalisation, isn't it?
They are different contexts, absolutely correct.
But you do seem to be running the same arguments that we see noted in relation to Montrose, where you say that the golf course sits atop a fixed mature dune cordon with a high eroding frontal dune edge. That's your position here, isn't it?
It's very similar. At Montrose, the eroding edge is very clear for everyone to see. There's a relatively steep, sometimes subvertical, unvegetated sand face that migrates landwards at an accelerating rate and sections substantial parts of the greens and tees of the existing golf course.
But as I understand it, that's a part of the coastline that has suffered from erosion over a very long period of time.
That's correct.
Whereas Professor Pye's evidence to the inquiry is that this is a very stable section of the frontage at Coul, and has been stable for over 140 years, with the exception of exceptional events.
The dune system itself is a mature, stable system, but the beach is has shown signs of erosion over time since the first maps.
As I understand it, when you look at the maps and as set out in Professor Pye's report and the way that he analyses it, the change to the toe edge, or the toe of the dune, has been metres over that 140-year period in short sections, and that there's a general pattern of recovery.
The problem with identifying the dune toe is that it's actually very difficult to establish where the dune toe is if you're looking at aerial photography and maps that don't specify the edge of the vegetation. And so I have difficulty with the term dune toe. It's not represented on aerial photography that has an unvegetated dune face and an unvegetated beach. It's difficult to identify where that dune toe is, which is why in most of my evidence we use vegetation edge.
I don't recall that being something that was raised with Professor Pye, so if you can just work on the basis that that's how he carried out his analysis, by using the dune toe. But his conclusion was that over a 140-year period there were minor changes, there was a pattern of recovery that after there had been erosion. Do you accept that?
There is a pattern of recovery post-1977 to the DSM, which is 2016. That is correct.
Ms Wilson, it might be time just when a natural break arises to think about breaking for lunch, but if you could just bear that in mind in terms of the question.
Depending on the answer, sir, this may be the concluding question in this line. What Professor Pye describes is long-term progradation at the northern end and slight recession at the southern end, near Embo. That's what he describes in his evidence. But that overall, there is a pattern of growth. That's his evidence.
Overall, the pattern is?
There's a pattern of growth.
Growth. I don't think Professor Pye actually says that. He says that there's accretion at the northern end, which is correct. He also says that there's erosion at the southern end, close to Embo, I think, as I understand it.
Do you accept that the recession at Embo is small scale? It can be fairly described as minor.
At Embo?
Well, at the section.
Embo has been protected for a substantial
I know
period
that,
of time.
Dr. Hanson. You know the point I'm making to you. Insofar as he discussed recession, he discussed
it
relative.
The recession at Embo is about approximately, since the defence was put in at Embo, the recession has been about 30 metres, 40 metres, which I measured last week.
So that would be an appropriate point to break.
Okay, thank you. That's 12:47. So if we can aim to start again at 1:20, just having a short lunch break again. Thank you very much. The inquiry and resume the evidence from Dr. Hanson. And Dr. Hanson, I know you're keen to answer the questions, but if you can let Ms Wilson finish them before you do, then that would be helpful. Thank you.
I think I was, before the lunch break, Dr. Hanson putting to you the differences between Montrose, as you describe it, and Coul links. And one of the statements that you make is that that site has a lack of new embryo or forejune development. And in paragraph 5 of your precognition, you say Coul links is a mature dune system, no longer developing seawards, lacking the addition of new embryo and foredunes. The first point is, that is, as a statement, a very general statement, isn't it?
Yes.
And in fact, if the reporters were to walk along the beach at Coul links, they would observe embryo dunes.
In some parts of the beach, they'll see no embryo dunes. In other parts of the beach, they will see some minor dunes that are indeed embryo, but are very probably ephemeral and may be removed in the next major storm.
Well, they may not, but it's wrong to say as of today's date, and when you prepared this precognition, that they lacked the addition of new embryo dunes.
Yes, but there is a qualification in as much as an embryo dune system is a system that's migrating seawards with embryo dunes and foredunes behind. I don't see that at Coul. I see temporary summer, perhaps a couple of years' worth of development of embryo dunes, but that's all, and only in some locations.
Well, in paragraph 6, you say coastal sand dunes build seaward with and foredunes, if there's something wrong, I think, with that sentence, developing where plentiful beach sand occurs. That's where there's a significant difference between you and Professor Pye, because Professor Pye is very firmly of the view that there's not only plentiful beach sand and good sources. He described the Loch Fleet estuary as a good source of of sediment. That's the main difference between you here in terms of recharging.
I think that would be correct, and I would agree with Professor Pye at Loch Fleet. There is a surfeit of sediment, and there's enough sediment available to build a full suite of embryo foredunes developing into mature dunes behind. But that's not the case, in my opinion, further south towards Embo.
But what it is that it confirms Professor Pye's, or what it does is it confirms Professor Pye's opinion that there is a plentiful supply of sediment still. It's not about to be stopped, as you suggested in your evidence in chief today.
I have nowhere have I suggested it's stopped. I said it's reduced, and I've said several times in agreement with Professor Pye that there is a local supply of sediment at the Loch Fleet entrance and exit that will enable a full suite of embryo dunes and foredunes to be developed.
And one of the issues at Montrose as well is that the clubhouse was located very close to the dune edge, wasn't it? So, are you aware that there are buildings near the edge at Montrose, near the dune edge?
There are some buildings near the dune edge, both golf course buildings and council buildings, and a protected area of foreshore to the south of Montrose Golf Course.
And similarly at Golspie, I think you've referred to this already in your evidence that at Golspie the clubhouse is threatened.
No, that's incorrect. The clubhouse of 1900 lies 35 metres offshore, if it were to be found. The clubhouse at Golspie is on high ground, an emerged beach, gravel beach, about 15 metres, I would estimate, from the now protected coastal edge.
In your evidence, you accept that it is possible for there to be two strategies to address the risk of coastal erosion, and one of which is to relocate the holes or to relocate the part of the infrastructure that may be at risk.
That's correct.
And I think you accept that that's, if that was a course that was taken, then that would be perfectly acceptable.
That is correct.
And are you aware that there's a planning condition proposed which is acceptable to both SNH and also the Highland Council, through which any such change would be managed by a coastal retreat plan?
I was not aware of that provision.
Are you aware that the main issue that SNH has in terms of any future defences is that they wished to be reassured that there would be no suggestion of rock armouring?
That's my understanding.
And to be clear, when you make mention throughout your inquiry report and recognition about the negative effects of structures, you're talking about rock armouring, aren't you?
That's correct.
But as we know, and you've done a lot of work with SNH, and I assume you're also familiar with this guidance too, although you don't mention it in your evidence, SNH has published guidance on adaptive management of coastal erosion.
I'm aware of the SNH publications, yes.
Could you look please at APP 417? A hard copy can be provided to the witness. If you could just turn into the first page to begin with, please, which is a brief introduction. Under the heading...
This is one dated October 2000.
It's not numbered. It's page 2, because the preface is on page 3.
Right.
It's just one paragraph in the middle of a page.
Okay.
Yeah. And what's said there is that most beaches in Scotland are inherently dynamic in character and are subject to periodic coastal erosion. Are you aware of the evidence that's been discussed before the inquiry that Coul is less dynamic and within the inner dunes becoming overly fixed. Are you aware of that evidence to the inquiry?
That Coul. Well, I think that's the basis of Professor Pye's evidence.
Well, not just Professor Pye, but some of the ecological witnesses as well. It's the inner dunes that are becoming overfixed.
The inner dunes are completely stable from a geomorphological position. It may well be vegetationally or dynamics in terms of habitat, but that's not my expertise.
And it's then said, along with sediment transport and deposition, this erosion is necessary for the creation, conservation and integrity of many of our unique coastal habitats, landforms and landscapes. Does that suggest to you that erosion per se is not necessarily negative?
Erosion per se can be positive.
And then to give context to this document, as far as is possible within the constraints of public safety, Scottish Natural Heritage advocates approaches to erosion management which retain the natural coastal habitats, processes and landscapes, and which enable Scotland's coastline to evolve naturally with minimal human intervention. Now, in terms of the issue of erosion at Coul Links, you discuss in your evidence the risk to the assets within the golf course and mount the argument that therefore it should be treated as unsustainable development. But you're appearing on behalf of Not Coul, who are concerned to protect the SSSI. Have you been asked to consider in your evidence at all what would be the consequence of the do-nothing scenario?
No.
Have you given it any thought?
My thoughts and evidence here are solely related to coastal dynamics and the sustainability of those elements of the golf course that are closest to the beach.
And were you given that brief?
Yes.
Who gave you that brief?
Not Coul.
Do you accept that it is, if erosion was to proceed in the way that you predict at Coul Links, then that would result in loss of SSSI land?
Yes, but that would be a natural process and completely acceptable to SNH, I understand.
So long as it's natural, it doesn't matter that the valuable habitat is lost?
Part of the underpinning of valuable habitat is the operation of... Sorry. Part of the underpinning of valuable habitat is the fact that geomorphological processes are operational. And so, from a geomorphological point of view and from a vegetation dynamics point of view, it's actually quite beneficial to have dynamism within the dune system. The dune system at Coul in the interior is largely stable from a geomorphological point of view.
Although as it is eroded, what is currently part of the stable inner dune area would become the front dune.
That's correct.
Could you turn to Appendix 1, please, that has the erosion management options? Sorry, it's page 45. We see a list here of the different management options, and Professor Pye discusses in his evidence those options that he considers would be suitable at Coul Links. You don't, in your evidence, discuss these measures at all when you discuss the risk.
That's correct.
But I presume in your work you have experience of using these management options.
Yes.
Do you accept that beach nourishment would be appropriate to coolings?
Ideal.
And also the planting on the face of the dune to create a buffer zone would be of help.
That's correct, but any replanting of what is a relatively steep face may well involve some dune reprofiling. But planting is a dune management issue associated with the aeolian processes, wind processes. It doesn't tackle the underlying issue of frontal erosion by waves that a beach nourishment programme would tackle.
Planting has another effect as well, though, doesn't it? Because it creates a buffer zone that stores the sediment and protects the more sensitive dune face from the energy of the waves.
I would agree, as long as that dune lasts long enough, based upon wave processes rather than wind processes.
And also, as has been discussed, dune fencing is another option.
Yes.
If you could go, please, to NC 158A. These are your new 3D perspective. You explained that these were 3D images compared to the plans or the figures that you produced to date. Were these produced using Google Map?
No, the visualization are based upon the 2016 Blue Sky aerial photography, 2016, 10th of May 2016.
Now, you explained this morning that these were from an oblique angle.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Would you accept that the consequence of using such diagrams is that it exaggerates certain features and in particular lines?
Exaggerates?
Certain features and, for instance, the lines.
The lines and the photography have not moved position at all. Those are taken directly from the digital terrain model. What you can do with the digital terrain model with superimposed lines is look at it vertically. You can zoom, you can fly around the model. If you look at the model from an oblique position, then nothing has changed apart from the perspective in the distance, where lines will, by definition, begin to approach each other. So from that point of view, viewing from a model changes the perspective of lines in the distance. As you can see from, for example, the distance, the difference between mean high water mark 2050 and mean high water mark 2100, in the four the closest to you at the base of 158A, that distance changes as you move away, merely by perspective. There's a vanishing point into the distance.
Well, the reason I ask whether or not this can result in an exaggeration of effect depending on which perspective. If we look at the first of the figures in relation to hole 15, your worst case scenario, vegetation edge 2100, seems to affect a third of the 15th hole.
Yes?
And if you look at the next one, it seems the same line appears to affect 2/3 of the hole. There's a distortion of effect.
It's the way the line plots upon a varying surface. So if the surface slopes away from you, you may well not see the full position. So that's one of the reasons why I provided two views of the same effect. If you wish to have the true planimetric effect, then I would refer you to NC 158 figure 2, which shows the planimetry exactly.
So I think going back to the first question I put you under reference to these documents is that using this different 3D perspective, you can have an exaggeration of effect depending upon which angle you're looking at it from, because that's what the comparison between NC 158A figure 1 and figure 2 shows.
I don't think it does. I think I would disagree. The aim is to show where the slope interacts with those lines closest to the holes at risk. And there is, I would accept, a vanishing point that you can clearly see when you look at the plot, the third plot, 158C, of the 17th, where the vegetation edges that bisect the 17th disappear, and that's simply a vanishing point effect depending upon the angle at which you view the model. We all see it with our eyes as we look out towards Coul without any models. If you're standing at Embo and look towards the beach in the distance, it vanishes into narrower and narrower distances.
So you're saying it's an artifact of the perspective?
That's the definition of perspective, I think.
But just so that, leaving aside the need to interpret these perspectives carefully, just to be clear as to what assumptions underlie what is shown here, is that first of all, you've, in putting forward your 2050 and 2100 prediction, you've assumed no management.
That's correct.
Secondly, you've assumed there's no change to the wave conditions, and in relation to the UK 18 modelling predictions, as to a decrease in significant wave height, you leave that out of account.
That is also correct. Equally, there could be an increase in wave conditions, and we've also adopted Professor Pye's gradient from 2016 low water to high water and projected that landwards for comparative purposes.
Thirdly, this is a snapshot in time. This is based upon 2016 data.
It's based upon 2016 data projected forwards to 2050 and 2100, and also based upon the RTK 2018 survey that was done in November last year. The modelling does not include the worst case scenario. In other words, we could have used our 2018 RTK survey and projected those lines even further inland. We've not done that for comparative purposes and so that the inquiry can understand what's happened. We've simply compared it with Professor Pye's 2016 DSM geometry.
Well, it would be misleading to use the RTK data, wouldn't it? Because that's based on storm events.
Storm events are key.
Well, we know storm events are key, but it's based upon storm events. It's not the average conditions. It's natural. It's part of the natural cycle for there to be storm events on the coast.
That's correct. The 2016 snapshot in time is also part of that continuum.
And where we can see it's misrepresentative of the situation is at hole 15, the second figure. Because what's shown there, where the Cluny burn emerges, is an abatement that no longer exists. There's been a change at the point where the burn emerges onto the coastline over the intervening period, hasn't there?
That's correct.
What we see in this figure is suggesting significant erosion at the toe of what's known as the Big Dune, potentially threatening the 15th green.
Taking the vegetation edge of 2050, the Big Dune does not exist. It's been removed.
If you could answer the question, irrespective of where we are in 2050, what this shows is the burn at the moment undercutting the Big Dune.
That's correct. The photography dates from 2016, and all that this purports to show is the anticipated change in that planimetry and therefore the geometry of the Big Dune and the 15th to 2050 and 2100.
And there's a simple management technique that could be employed to prevent the burn from operating so as to undercut the front dunes, isn't there?
Yes.
And also you don't take into account in producing this representation the contributions from the ebb tidal delta, which provides a supply of sand down this frontage.
That's correct. We've assumed the conditions will remain the same, or conditions that have been similarly exhibited over the last 100 years are not going to change substantially.
And I think, as you've already acknowledged in your evidence in chief, these lines are based upon worst case scenario from the UK 18 study, which I think you said you acknowledge is very unlikely.
It's the worst case scenario within an RCP 8.5 that may well take place. No one can tell. The probabilities internally within the RCP scenario are probabilities. 95% is unlikely to be exceeded. 50% is as likely as not to be exceeded. So 50 to 95 is a clear possibility.
It may be a possibility, but what I'm putting to you is that what the reporters must be aware of is that these lines on the plan are based upon a situation which Professor Pye, for instance, describes as very unlikely.
I would agree with that. and if someone would like to tell CEPA and SNH and most of the government agencies that they're planning on the wrong scenario, then carry on.
So, through your evidence in chief this morning, I had you noted on a number of occasions emphasising that we are already at the 2050 mean high water springs mark. You can't say that definitively, can you, based upon those concessions?
What concessions?
Your acceptance that the 95th percentile is very unlikely, your acceptance that you haven't taken in these illustrations don't take into account a number of different issues. You cannot say you can see we are already and were in 2018 at the 2050 predicted mean high water spring. You can't say that.
The RTK 2018 places the high water mark at Professor Pye's mean high water mark spring tide of 2050, not ours.
It's the prediction of movement that you show in the second of these figures. It's the prediction of the movement that you show in the second of these. You say we're already at that. It's only at one small point where they touch or cross.
I agree. It's close, but in some places the 2018 line has already bypassed the 2050 predicted or anticipated line.
Looking at the figure, the first figure, sorry, do you see the arrow MH, mean high water springs 2018 RTK? The first figure.
Yes.
This figure shows where there's a coincidence.
Yes.
Do you accept that a 9-year period is not a suitable length of time over which to make predictions as to the rate of erosion?
It's a short period. I accept that.
And really what we're seeing on this frontage is natural variations, that there are natural oscillations in terms of deposition, erosion.
There will be small-scale and limited time periods where deposition will exceed erosion. The long-term prognosis and the long-term plotting of these lines from the mid-19th century to present indicates a movement of mean high water mark spring landwards and a movement of the vegetation edge landwards that has one or two oscillations in it, but overall tells a story of landward recession, tells a story of erosion.
To be more accurate, Dr. Hanson, that is only in the south part of the frontage, the Couling's frontage.
It's most obvious in the south end of the frontage, but it is in evidence elsewhere, as some of Professor Pye's tables indicate. In App 4.2, I think it is.
I'm just looking for a particular plan that we looked at this morning. Could you look, please, at figure 28 in Professor Pye's inquiry report?
Sorry, what figure was it in the document we're looking at?
28, sir. Now, but the lines that we see on this particular figure related to the 17th hole, just to make the point that I was pursuing with you earlier, would you agree that the variations that we see here based upon the June toe in 1873, 1904 to 1905 and 1975 are all within the envelope of natural variations?
I would agree with that, with the one caveat that it's exceptionally difficult to plot the June toe position. It's exceptionally difficult to plot the June toe position, but given the diagram here, there is natural variation that shows accretion at the 17th post 1904.
And if the reporters were to go on site and walk this part of the frontage, which they may have already done, they would note that there is still accretion ongoing at that part of the frontage.
They would notice a small vertical cliff at the back of the beach before vegetation is encountered, and then a subsequent erosional edge above that. Some of the photography in 158 shows that at precisely those positions.
Well, as I think you acknowledge yourself, the quality of these photos is not great and better observed on site. And at that location, they would also observe embryo dunes.
A small amount of embryo dune development, that's correct.
In your evidence, when you read your principal precognition together with your inquiry report, you very much give a doomsday scenario, don't you?
I don't agree with that. I'm giving a balanced view of what is presently occurring, has occurred in the past, and what might be anticipated in the future.
Well, where it's not balanced, given your experience and given the amount of advice you've given to golf course developers and advisors, is that you portray the situation as being an inevitability that the golf course infrastructure will be undermined through erosion, and in particular at the 15th, 16th and 17th, don't you?
I would be very surprised that within the next 50 years, if those holes survive without any protection put in front of them.
Exactly, Dr. Hanson, without any protection. And you give advice to golf courses to protect them. But for the purposes of preparing your evidence to the inquiry, you just ignore them.
I completely disagree with that. We don't ignore the protection given that it is suggested that the relocation of those and the adaptation of the course to remove the holes and greens from a location at risk would be a much more sensible and more useful strategy from the word go. And that's not been taken into account by the golf course design, which seems to have not regarded any geomorphological input at all at the design stage.
Well, that's your assumption, but have you heard the evidence as to the flexibility in T-positions along the front?
No, sorry.
And also, what would be very relevant is the design objective for this golf course.
Fundamental, I would have thought.
Not just fundamental in the terms of having proper regard to the geomorphology, but fundamental in terms of what it is that the developers are seeking to achieve.
That would be the developer's desire.
That's not a matter for you. It's not your evidence. You're not an expert in golf course design.
That's correct.
And indeed, there are a number of different factors that have to be considered in this planning decision, not just the question of coastal erosion.
Yes.
Do you accept in principle there's a difference between a form of development that's built development and not easily moved, and a form of development that is can be reversible and is easily moved?
Yes, there is a difference.
Could I just have a moment, please, to check my notes? Thank you, sir. That concludes the cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Wilson, and thank you, Dr Hanson. If we just take a short 5-minute break to allow the Conservation Coalition to get ready. Let me rewind slightly. I beg your pardon. I forgot about re-examination. Yes, of course, thank you. Sorry, I thought you were asking for a 5 minutes break, but you mean it's only going to take 5 minutes? Yeah.
There's nothing arisen out of the cross-examination that needs much coverage, but I have 2 or 3 questions on you, if I may. I wonder if you could take up NC 158A, please, again. And tell me, how are the lines placed upon the aerial photograph that you've used for that? Are they done by hand or by computer, or how's it done?
No, they're definitely not done by hand. The aerial photography is represented in a two-dimensional frame, like a map, that's georectified. And those lines are imported into the georectified model in their exact positions, as shown in the map on NC-158, figure 2, I think it is. And so there are exact replicas of where the lines plot on the landform. The landform itself will disappear into the distance using those perspective shots, but the location of the lines is absolutely exact.
Secondly, take up NC-158, if you would, and go to figure 1B, which I think I put to you were sections through the beach. You talked of the black line as being representative of the DTM, is that correct?
That is the DTM line as it
That
plots.
is the DTM. And you talked about that having an inherent error. I wonder if you could tell us what you mean by that.
There are two sets of errors.
Sorry, perhaps it's an unfair question. An inherent potential for error.
That's correct. And Professor Pye alludes to those errors himself.
Yes, indeed.
There's a vertical inaccuracy in the DSM that will place those lines vertically at an imprecise location. So that
and do we understand that to be up to 1.5 meters potentially in error?
Potentially, given the information from Blue Sky, that's correct. It's a photogrammetric produced DTM based upon aerial photography.
And Blue Sky is a mapping company, is that right?
It is. But setting that aside, the overflight that captured this imagery was not taken at the precise point of low water spring tide. There's something like a 5-day difference. So this is closer to neap tides than it is to spring tides.
And that point is made in your recognition, I think.
That means the elevation of that line is not mean low water mark spring tide. And that's got import because the position of the mean low water mark spring tide in elevational terms linked to the mean position of the high water in elevational terms gives you a gradient. And that gradient is used to project where the lines are in the future. And there are errors involved in, if you've got the mean low water mark in the wrong position, then and too far up the beach, you produce a relatively steep gradient, which doesn't allow,
just go slowly,
which does not allow the future projection to migrate faster and further inland than before. A flatter gradient will produce even more excursion. More movement of those lines inland into the future.
Yeah. So it depends where you start from.
Depends where you start.
And that's critical, is it?
It is. The other issue with the digital terrain model, and this is endemic to digital terrain models, not necessarily the one produced by Professor Pye, is that the ground control points that pin the model to the ground are all in the urban area of Embo and on constructs landwards. There are no ground control points within the sand dunes or within the beach. So the model might sit to the ground perfectly and be in accordance with Ordnance Survey datums on land, but might be doing that towards low water mark. So there are issues with the DSM as it stands. Notwithstanding that, it's a useful thing to have. It's the only thing we have to compare with.
My learned friend, Ms. Wilson, asked you quite a lot of questions about the processes of erosion and accretion. When erosion or accretion take place, do they take place in a uniform way across the dune, or sometimes at the top, sometimes at the bottom, or across the face of the dune? How does it work?
It will be entirely dependent upon wave conditions at the time. For example, on an easterly, the beach at Coul will be heavily eroded on the Embo side, and that will retreat the dune edge.
Why on the Embo side?
If it's an easterly, easterlies produce a northerly transport direction, and the sediments will then be moved up towards Lochfleet. Under the more common northeasterly wave approach direction, The bits that will be hit most will be the sections of the beach exposed to that direction. That would be Coul's Bay and the more extensive area of Coul along the front to the 17th and the 18th.
And when erosion occurs, does it occur right across the face of the dune, or at the foot of the dune, or at the top of the dune? How does it work?
Generally, the beach will be deflated somewhat because they will have scour and sediment move from the beach. That will allow waves to access the dune bottom, the dune toe as it's being used here, and begin to cliff the dune toe. That cliffing will be variable depending upon how severe the wave approach direction is and wave conditions at the time. And whether it's high water mark or high water or low water at the time.
Right, thank you for that. Now, I don't think it was a criticism of you that you're not a town and country planner, but you don't have planning qualifications, is that right?
No, I
so
don't.
Just help me understand what the purpose is of setting out, as you do, reference to planning, what might be called planning documents or planning guidance, official publications.
The context is that all of the dynamic coast work is set within government policy with an aim to provide the evidence base for local authorities and government agencies to make strategic decisions on planning issues or on finance issues as to whether an area might be protected by a boulder seawall, or whether the area might be better protected by beach feeding, as has been mentioned here, or whether it might be better leaving it alone and letting the coastline simply to adjust landwards. If it adjusts landwards naturally, then that's got implications onto the terrestrial part and presumably buildings and farms and such like inland. That's the context in which much of the planning comments have been made here in connection with frontal erosion of the dunes at Coul.
And do you confirm that the very last paragraph of your inquiry report, 76, is your own conclusion, that you're not a qualified town and country planner?
No, that's my own professional conclusion as a geomorphologist, based upon what I anticipate is going to happen to the Coul foreshore in the future, not upon.
But I'm sure you quite readily accept, do you, that other matters go into the planning balance?
Yes.
So thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. And this time, thank you, Dr. Hanson. Can you have a 5-minute break just to allow then Conservation Coalition and Mr. Hughes to get ready to give evidence. Thank you. Mr. Collar, thank you.
Thank you, sir. The first witness for the Conservation Coalition is Johnny Hughes. He has lodged a precognition, which I'm going to take him through certain aspects. But if we could start, Mr. Hughes, by looking at your GH1, where you set out your experience. And just for those who are working off electronic copies, I'll be returning to that electronic copy briefly to pick up some other GH documents, so people may wish to bear that in mind and keep it open in part of their screen. So in GH1, Mr. Hughes, you set out your experience. In 1-2, you tell us about your degrees, University of Keele, University of Wales, and your honorary fellow position at University of Edinburgh. And I'll come back to IUCN in a moment. If we move to the paragraph 1.4, and if I can ask you to read out 1.4 and then 1.5.
Certainly. I've been Chief Executive of the Scottish Wildlife Trust since 2016, where I previously held the Director of Conservation and the Head of Policy roles. I've worked in the conservation sector for 27 years, and of particular relevance to this inquiry, I was Seasonal Warden of the former Scottish Wildlife Trust Reserve of Loch Fleet from 1993 to 1997, which at that time included Coul lynx. As Seasonal Warden, I spent several hundreds of hours surveying wildlife, including birds, mammals, plants, invertebrates, as well as carrying out conservation work on Coul lynx, fairy lynx and the Loch Fleet Basin. I've since visited Coul lynx on numerous occasions since 1997 in both a personal and a professional capacity. And then paragraph 1.5, at the Loch Fleet Reserve, I developed a sound understanding of sand dune ecology and management through regular field surveying and interpretation of survey information to inform conservation management.
You referred there to your time at the Loch Fleet Reserve. During that time as the resident warder, can you comment on how effective you found signage that was erected to prevent people from walking in certain areas?
If you're referring to the signage that we used to place around some of the sensitive bird breeding areas to the north of the site on the fore dune, I found those signs to be of moderate effect. I mean, they were certainly useful. Some people did take notice of them and try and avoid the area that we were trying to prevent disturbance to rare breeding birds, but often it also meant me going out and actually wardening the site, particularly on those days, those sunny days when that part of the site was quite frequently visited, particularly people walking from Embo.
Thank you. Going back to your experience, the document GH1, in paragraph 1.3, you tell us, since 2012 I have sat on the Global Council of the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, as an elected councillor. Can you explain the significance in terms of your experience and your expertise that you're bringing here, the significance of you being elected to that Global Council?
It's probably worth saying that the IUCN is the oldest and largest professional nature conservation body in the world. It's made up of both governmental and non-governmental organisations, so there's 1,300 members. Many of those are state members, but there's also a number of NGO members. They elect, every 4 years, they elect councillors from various parts of the world, and I'm an elected councillor from Western Europe, so I had to run for election and effectively get elected by the membership of the IUCN. I was first elected in 2012, and then I ran again in 2016, and I was re-elected in a competitive election. So, just to say that the council itself is the governing body of the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. So, is the ultimate decision-making body in the union.
Okay, thank you. Then, within the same document, you tell us at 1.7 that you've developed an in-depth knowledge of the pressures and threats facing the natural environment in Scotland, including the key drivers behind declines in biodiversity. There's the example of many links, which is already before the inquiry. I don't think we need to go to the actual document, but APP 131 has the inquiry report and decision. Can you just indicate briefly what your involvement in that inquiry was?
Certainly, like several witnesses at this inquiry, I also gave evidence at the many inquiry, and as such, looked in detail at the issues surrounding the potential impact on that designated site, as was at the time. And I've since noted that the assessment that SNH made on the 16th of the 8th, 2016, now has that site as in an unfavourable condition, partly destroyed. So the impacts on the SSSI were pretty much as we said in the inquiry. So I think that's of direct relevance because it's a sand dune system, albeit a slightly different sand dune system to the one at Coul Links.
And in terms of your knowledge of Coul Links, and just so that we're clear, since your time as a researcher and warden at Coul Links, have you been back?
Yes, as I mentioned in JH1, I have been back with the family actually, mainly. Generally, when I'm passing my old stomping ground in Embo, I have very fond memories of living here. I often pop into Coul Links or Ferry Links on the northern side, just to see how the place is getting on.
The Trust, the Scottish Wildlife Trust, stopped managing the site in 2011. Why was that?
Just a clarification, I think it was July 2010 actually when the 25-year management agreement came to an end. The Scottish Wildlife Trust at the time were keen to renew and have a second 25-year management agreement, but Campbellsmore Estate decided not to proceed with a second management agreement at the time.
And on the issue of management agreements, are you aware of Scottish Natural Heritage's attempts to agree a management agreement with the landowners?
Yes, I'm aware of that, and I've seen that in their evidence. Up until the point, I should say, in 2010, when the Trust was still involved in the management of the site, we were sending work parties to carry out works, and I particularly focused on the clearance of gorse and the encroachment of gorse scrub on the site. And of course, when the agreement finished, the Scottish Wildlife Trust ceased undertaking that management activity, and I understand that SNH then approached the estate to try and bring in management measures after that, but has been unsuccessful to date.
And I think you were here when Professor Angus gave evidence. He was questioned about the current status of the site. He said the golf course wasn't a cure. What's your opinion on that?
Well, it was a very good soundbite, and I would agree with the premise of it. But I would add that in my experience of Coul Links, both when I was warden of the site and the several times I've been back since, my observation is that the vast majority of the site is in pretty good condition ecologically. In fact, it's in very good condition. There are parts of the site which should, I think, be subject to some light touch management interventions. That's the kind of thing, actually, that Scottish Wildlife Trust was carrying out until 2010. But they are relatively straightforward and relatively low cost. And it's certainly not something that a major golf course proposal such as this would be required in order to bring those remedial management measures into being. I think we could. There's many other ways of doing that, and if SNH continue to pursue the management agreement but don't get anywhere, there is recourse to, for example, a land management order, which could be put on the site to bring that into favourable management.
And if we turn to your precognition, in section 3, you deal with supporting habitats and species of international importance. And if we can look specifically at your 3.6. And at 3.6 you say, furthermore, Coul Links plays an important role in connecting otherwise disparate ecosystems Ecosystem fragmentation is a major challenge to biological and genetic diversity, undermining the resilience of ecosystems. Protected areas exist in part to contribute to the coherence of the ecological network and not in isolation, as evidenced by the Ramsar Convention criteria. I'll go to the Ramsar Convention criteria in a moment, but if we can just start, if you could explain what you mean by the reference in that final sentence to coherence of the ecological network.
Certainly, there's quite a lot in that paragraph, and I think in some ways it's important for the reporters to understand the ecological theory and practice behind what I'm trying to explain in that paragraph. And I'd actually point to NA-HLD-086, which is MacArthur and Wilson's seminal work on island biogeography, going back to 1967. But what they first described was, and I think this is extremely important to the inquiry, so I'll just take a moment to explain this. What MacArthur and Wilson essentially described was that islands offshore of a landmass support less species than the same area of land on the landmass itself, and that's because the area is smaller and it's fragmented from the main landmass. And the smaller the island and the further away it is from the shore, the less species it can support in what they called equilibrium. So you have higher extinction rates and you have lower rates of immigration. You can apply the theory of island biogeography to landscapes. So, for example, a woodland within an agricultural landscape, if it's small and it's isolated from other woodlands, it can hold less species than if it was bigger and more connected to other woodlands in a landscape. So the theory actually applies to landscapes as well. In the context of Coul links, this is very important at three geographical scales. First one being that if you fragment the habitats within Coul links through the imposition of an 18-hole golf course, you get smaller fragments of habitat, which are therefore inherently ecologically less stable. They're more prone to extinction, and they're less sufficiently open to immigration. Similarly, so you can apply that at the site level. You can also apply that at the regional and more local level to the whole of the Ramsar site, and in fact the whole of the coastline around this area, because effectively you fragmented that coastline. So therefore you've made the wider ecological system in the wider area less stable and less resilient. And then you can take that up to the biogeographical level as well, because of course Coul links has been designated for a number of different Annex 1 habitats, which are listed in the Ramsar information note, and they are rare habitats which exist across the European landmass. So if you lose those, then you lose the resilience over that wider biogeographical region. But the principle I'm trying to get at here is if you fragment nature in that way, nature becomes far less resilient, more prone to extinction, and there's less areas where immigration can happen. And I think my colleague, Dr. Mark Young, will I think pick this up in the context of the Lepidoptera on the site later on, and maybe go into a little bit more detail about how that affects certain species. But I'm talking about the fragmentation of habitats here of Annex 1 importance under the Ramsar Convention.
The paragraph 3.6 that we were discussing there, and later on in your recognition, you refer to the Ramsar Convention criteria, and if we can look at those for a moment. So this is CD 5.3, and just to remind everyone, CD 5.3 is a document in 3 parts, and I want to start looking at the third document, which is the Ramsar Sites Criteria document.
Did you have an additional question, or did you?
There is a question coming.
Oh.
Thank you, yes. I'm just making sure everyone's actually got a copy in front of them. That document we see headed up Ramsar Convention on Wetlands, and then there's the title, the Ramsar Sites Criteria, the 9 criteria for identifying wetlands of international importance. Just by reference to this document, can you explain your understanding of how Ramsar sites are identified and listed in terms of wetland habitats?
Yes, as you say, there are 9 criteria, but in terms of habitats, I think criteria 1 is the important and significant one. So criterion 1 states that a wetland should be considered internationally important if it contains a representative, rare or unique example of a natural or near-natural wetland type found within the appropriate biogeographic region, which in this case is Europe. Hence the use of the Annex 1 habitats. And if I may go to CD 5.3, the other part of core document 5.3, and there's two relevant sections of this. One is on page 2 of 10 in the overview, where it talks about the sand dune, and it also talks about the salt marsh.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Hughes.
Sure.
Is this the information sheet you've gone to?
Yes, so this is so maybe I should wait until the reporters have found the relevant document. Sorry to be skipping ahead if I am. Yeah. So this is the information sheet on Ramsar wetlands, CD 5.3, page 2, the overview. It talks there about the sand dune. It also talks about the salt marsh and estuary habitats, which won't be directly impacted by the golf course, but the sand dune system will be. And it says they are of international importance for their flora and geomorphology. And then the detail behind that is actually in paragraph 19, page 4, which provides additional information on particular species and why they are noteworthy. But it also talks about communities, and I think this is important because it talks about communities which are unique, rare, endangered, or biogeographically important. And then says the site is internationally important because it contains the following Habitats Directive Annex 1 features. The Habitats Directive is the European Biogeographical Region classification of rare habitats. And there's a number of habitat types in there which are present on Coul links for which, if we go back to the criterion 1 of Ramsar, that the wetland should be considered internationally important because it contains those representative, rare and unique examples. So they include things like shifting dunes along the shoreline, fixed dunes with herbaceous vegetation, Atlantic decalcified fixed dunes, humid dune slacks, coastal dunes with juniper. And that's not an exhaustive list.
And just on the issue of the Ramsar site and wetland habitats, Dr. McMullen in his evidence said it's not always the case that listed habitats are features of the Ramsar site. Can you comment on that?
Yes, I can comment on that. I don't really understand why. I suspect that maybe it's just been overlooked. But, criterion 1 is very, very clear that a wetland should be considered internationally important if it contains representative, rare or unique wetland types. And wetland types, as defined by the Annex 1 habitats, have clearly been defined, and they're clearly within the information sheet on Ramsar wetlands, CD 5.3. So for me, that's extremely clear.
And you mentioned by reference to those Ramsar documents the issue of the EU priority habitats, and in your recognition at paragraph 310, you tell us EU priority habitats such as the sand dunes at Coul links are considered to be particularly vulnerable and mainly or exclusively found within the EU. We therefore have an international responsibility to care for these threatened habitats, as even small losses can cumulatively lead to significant impacts if the overall coverage of those habitats is considered. comment particularly at the end, small losses can cumulatively lead to significant impacts if the overall coverage of those habitats is considered. Can you just expand on that for the reporters?
Well, it's just these Annex 1 habitats have been listed because they are of particular importance or they are rare. And in the case of some of these coastal wetland habitats, as listed in the Ramsar information sheet, you know, they're exceptionally restricted in their distribution and their extent in Europe. So what I'm trying to say there is even small losses, and you know, I wouldn't even constitute actually the imposition of an 18-hole golf course on a site such as this as a small loss. Even small losses can very quickly lead to significant impacts, not just at this site, but actually across Europe. And it is our international responsibility under Ramsar and several of the other international conventions that I've mentioned, you know, to have care for the protection of such places, hence the reason for their triple designation.
The specific issue about the flooding of the dune slacks, and again, thinking of your particular experience and knowledge of the site, if you could look at CD 140, which I think is a convenient document to point this out on, and maybe just comment again on the basis of your experience as to where that flooding tends to occur, and if you can point that out so the reporters and everyone in the room can see.
Maybe just take a moment for reporters to find the document. Thank you. You got that? So the MVC survey, which was carried out on the 21st of the 9th, 2017, is the one that we're looking at. I've got it. And it's quite clear actually where the wetland areas are. So they include the dune slacks, obviously. That's SD15A. These are MVC codes that describe vegetation communities: SD15A, SD16, SD17, SD17A. There's also some kind of wet areas of what is described in this map as wet dwarf shrub heath. So areas of M15A, M15B, and M15C, and M15D. Dune grassland, dune slack, and marshy grassland, which can get very wet in the winter, I know to my experience. So when these wetlands are often wet in the winter, but not always. It's particularly dry at the moment, and I understand, sirs, you've been out on a site visit, and I think you've got the site actually at a particularly dry moment. I was there for two winters and 4 summers, and for one of the winters it was extremely wet. The other winter was slightly drier, but I've actually seen the dune slacks flooded in the middle of summer as well. So we had a particularly wet August, one of the summers I was there. So there's the flooding or the inundation of these areas is actually quite ephemeral, and it comes and goes. But it can happen not just in the winter months; it can happen in the other months as well. And that, of course, is one of the things that gives these particular communities their special ecological interest.
And just on that point about the flooded dune slacks, in terms of accessibility, and again, remembering your experience and knowledge of the site, how easy is it for walkers, other recreational users, to get to those areas?
Well, I've been out on site twice in the last 2 weeks, and I actually found it quite tricky to navigate through the centre of the site because it was pretty soggy underfoot. It wasn't as wet as I've seen it, so it is very difficult, particularly in the winter, to traverse the site through the centre of the site. And most people, as most local residents will know, will stick to the foredune, walk along the foredune or the beachfront, or nowadays I'm pleased to see that the old railway line is being used as an access route as well. But it is quite difficult to traverse the site in the winter, but even in a wet summer as well.
Thank you. We can put away CD 140. I promised to come back to some references in your GH documents. So if we can turn back to those. In your recognition at 422, you refer to the latest Living Planet report, which is your GH14. If we can look at that briefly, and I think, sirs, it's page 68 on the electronic bundle. Or it might be 63. So, Mr. Hughes, I think everyone on the electronic copy has found that document. Could you indicate briefly what it has to say about declines in wetlands and point the reporters to any specific references in the document that you would like them to take account of?
Certainly. So, sirs, you've asked for evidence on the purpose and the significance of designated sites, and particularly in relation to Coul, clearly. And what I was trying to do here in 4.22 was provide the wider context for the importance of designated sites for protecting wetlands, particularly in the alarming, in the light of the alarming decline in wetlands globally and at UK level. So the Living Planet Index, the concept behind the Living Planet Index is to track the state of global biodiversity by measuring the population abundance of several thousand vertebrate species around the world. So in relation to the freshwater species numbers, there's been a particularly dramatic decline with the freshwater index within the Living Planet report, showing an 83% decline since 1970. That puts into context the pressures that wetlands are under at a global level, and what I was trying to achieve through inclusion of paragraph 4.22 was to place this in the wider context, in that sites designated as wetlands are incredibly important in trying to halt further loss of wetland sites across the planet, and put into context, Scotland's particular responsibility to look after its wetland sites, particularly the Ramsar sites.
And if we look at the executive summary, page 7 of that document, it's labelled at the bottom right on the copy I'm looking at. Are there particular references on that page that you would want to direct the reporters to?
Yes, I think I just did, actually. So I direct the reporters to particularly to the freshwater index, which shows this 83% decline since 1970.
Thank you. And then if we turn to the GH2 document, which is, I think, somewhere around page 9 on the electronic bundle, you'll notice I'm becoming less exact. That's the State of Nature document, and you refer to this in your precognition at 415. 415, you're in the section dealing with convention on biological diversity. You say we're in the middle of a global biodiversity crisis. In the UK, 56% of species have declined since 1970, and that's where you cross-refer to the state of nature document. On the third page of the document as it's copied, again, can you direct the reporters to key references on that page for them to take account of?
Certainly, just to say that the State of Nature report is a report that pools data and expertise from more than 50 nature conservation and research organisations. So it provides a kind of snapshot, if you like, of the state of nature at any given particular year. So this is 2016. The fourth bullet on page 6 is possibly the most useful statistic to point to here, and that is an index describing the population trends of species of special conservation concern in the UK has fallen by 67% since 1970 and by 12% between 2002 and 2013. And that's based on trend information from 213 priority species. So we continue to see this decline. So again, what I'm trying to help with here is to put the site that we are currently having this public inquiry about in the context of not just its local importance, but its regional importance, its importance to Europe, its importance in the UK, its importance in a European context, and its importance in an international context, in the light of these quite alarming declines, particularly in freshwater biodiversity, but biodiversity generally. And hence the purpose and significance of the designated site.
And just to finish off, if we go back to your precognition, can I ask you just to read the final paragraph, which is 5.2, which summarises your position?
Certainly. If the proposed development is consented, the integrity, ecological character and essential functions and purpose of the site could be irreparably damaged. And I cross-reference there to the Conservation Coalition's precognitions. This means that Scotland and the Scottish Government will have failed to uphold their commitments as signatories to the Ramsar Convention and the CBD, as well as their pledge to help deliver the Sustainable Development Goals. And it's my view that this could set a dangerous precedent for inappropriate, damaging developments to be potentially given consent on other protected sites.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. That was all I had.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collar. If we can just have a moment, please, before we move on. Okay. Ms. Wilson, over to you when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hughes. Is it the case that out of your 14 references, we only have 3 documents that are relevant to the, or that are specific to this development?
I'd refer back to the reporter's request on evidence on natural heritage legislation and policy, which states that the reporters are expected that all such evidence, including any discussion of which natural heritage legislation and policy tests are relevant in this case, should be should be included in written submissions that relate to policy matters. However, they also go on to say that the purpose and significance of designated areas as within the scope of the inquiry session is something that they did want to take evidence on. So my references, as far as I understand them, are related to the purpose and significance of designated sites, and I was therefore trying to be helpful to the inquiry in that sense.
Well, that wasn't an answer to the question. I think you know the point I'm making, that insofar as you have identified any documents that are supportive of your evidence, in your list we only have 3 that are specific to Coul links.
There may be references which are specific to Coul links, or references that are included to provide a wider contextual contribution to the inquiry.
We have your background, which is obviously relevant to the reporter's weighing of your evidence. We have at JH4 the letter from the IUCN specific to Coul links, correct? And we have at JH6 your reference to the letter from the reporters, the procedure notice advising on procedure, but we don't have from you any documents that support your contention that there's particular features on the site, on the Coul links development site, that can be that you cross-reference to the citations. Is that not the case?
Sorry, could you repeat the last bit of that question?
We don't have any analysis by you of that cross-reference features on the Coul links development site to the, for instance, the Ramsar citation that you rely upon.
Well, that information is contained within other documents within the Conservation Coalition's body of evidence that has been submitted to this inquiry.
So is it your position that in relation to the coalition, the evidence from Doctors Young, McAdam and Wright should be looked at as identifying those species or features that the coalition argue are relevant to particular designations?
My fellow Conservation Coalition witnesses will cover Lepidoptera, invertebrates and birds. In my examination in chief just a second ago, we did cover some of the Annex 1 habitats within the Ramsar Convention, which are not covered by my colleagues. So I attempted to do that.
Do you know whether or not those features that you covered in your evidence in chief are actually on the Coul links development site?
Yes, I mean I listed, I read out some of them, some of the Annex 1 habitats. So you can cross-reference against the NVC communities to the Annex. You can map across from some of the NVC communities which have been identified on the site to the Annex 1 habitats.
So, under reference to CD 140 that you were taken to in your the evidence in chief, those species or habitats that you read out are the ones that you say are relevant to the designations that affect the site?
The habitats that are read out under CD 140 were in relation to a question on which areas are inundated, i.e. flooded on a regular basis on Coul links, rather than reference to Annex 1 habitats. Some of them are Annex 1 habitats, but
now you have 3 roles that are relevant to your appearance at this inquiry. The first is as Chief Executive of the Scottish Wildlife Trust. Second, as was brought out in your evidence in chief, as an elected councillor on the IUCN. And thirdly, your involvement in the coalition. You tell us that you worked in the conservation sector for 27 years and that you were a warden up to 1997. Did you, at that point in 1997, move to the policy side of the Scottish Wildlife Trust?
No. I took a job as the regional manager for North East Scotland, which was a wider remit than just policy. It was well, pretty much everything that went on in the northeast of Scotland. So everything from our nature reserves to our policy work, with our work with local government and so on.
Was that a managerial role?
It did involve some line management, yeah.
So when was it that you transferred to the more specific policy side?
I rejoined the Trust. I haven't worked for the Trust all my life. It may come as a surprise, but I've had jobs with Westminster City Council, the Woodland Trust and Forestry Commission England between leaving the northeast of Scotland, rejoining the Trust in 2006 as the head of policy.
In paragraph 1.4 of your document JH1, which is your background and experience, you say that Coul links is included as part of the National Nature Reserve. How much of it is included?
Sorry, which document are you referring to?
Your background document, JH1, that Mr. Collar took you to in your evidence-in-chief.
I'm struggling to find the reference to the National Nature Reserve.
In paragraph 1.4 of your background document, do you have that?
I do.
Do you see this second sentence that begins, of particular relevance to this inquiry, I was the seasonal warden for the former Trust Reserve of Lochfleet from 1993 to 1997. Now, is that the same as the National Nature Reserve?
No, they're different boundaries. The National Nature Reserve doesn't cover Coul links. So the former, sorry, just to clarify, the former reserve of Lochfleet was under two management agreements, one with Sutherland Estates for the north of the reserve and one with Cambersmoor Estate to the south of the reserve, which included Coul links. And that is different from the boundary of the National Nature Reserve.
And does any part of the Scottish Wildlife Trust Reserve remain? You've told us about the Cambersmoor southern part no longer being part of it because of the management agreement not being...
We're still involved in the management of the northern area, the Sutherland Estates area, yes.
Now, if you were on site in 1993 to 1997, you would have seen the significant decline in the condition of the SSSI site since you departed from this area.
I've seen some modest decline in the condition, I'd say. I don't think it's significant. There's been a cessation of grazing from parts of the site, and the rabbits have declined dramatically, and that has had some impact on encouraging some of the ranker grass species in some areas. There's also, as I've said, because of a lack of management attention on control of some of the scrub species which are spreading into open ground habitats. There's been some diminution in condition because of that process as well. But I wouldn't describe it as significant. I think it's fairly modest. As I said in my opening comments, I think the majority of the site is is actually in still very, very good condition. And you could even argue that some parts of the June Heath, and I note that one of the documents that you submitted was changes in June Heath extent in the north of the site over a period of years, which it could be argued is actually an improvement in condition in the June Heath area, and that will be because of a cessation of rather probably overly intensive grazing in that area some years ago.
You're referring to the extension of June Heath, this identified in the ES documentation, are you?
Sorry,
you're referring to the extension of June Heath.
I was referring to the aerial photography. If I could just find the document. So this is the aerial comparisons of habitats at Coul links between 1988, 2009 and 2016. Which clearly show that there's been an increase in June Heath area, which, as I say, there's been some areas of the site which I could contend have actually improved in ecological condition, whereas others have deteriorated because of limited scrub encroachment.
Well, the limited scrub encroachment is in fact involving a greater area of the site than the more limited expansion of June Heath, isn't it?
Can you point to the figures that you?
What area of the SSSI do you understand has been lost to bracken expansion?
Well, if you look at well, I haven't got the reference for the aerial comparisons. I haven't got the document number for it, but the aerial comparisons of habitats on Coul links.
If you just wait a moment, and we'll get the document. Says it's CD 1.34. CD 1.34.
That's the aerial comparisons document.
Is that the one that you have in front of you? Is that entitled Aerial Comparisons of Habitats at Coul links between 1988, 2009 and 2016?
It is.
Right. And the question that I put to you is that there may be some expansion of June Heath, as noted here, but that the rate of expansion of the invasive species is occurring at a greater rate than the expansion of the June Heath.
I think that was the point I was making, is that there's been some improvements in some areas, as in the June Heath area has expanded, and in other areas there's been an expansion of what could be considered to be species which are detrimental to the reason for the designation. And bracken, for example, you're quite right, has increased from 1.83 hectares in 1988 to 3.66 hectares in 2016. And similarly, the birch woodland has also expanded. Although I think if you put 5 ecologists in the room and said, what is the value of birch woodland on the site of various ages, and what extent of the birch woodland would actually contribute to favourable condition on the site, you would probably get 5 different answers. So I think it's a moot point as to whether the birch and to what extent of birch woodland on the site is actually adding value or detracting from the ecological value of the site. Whereas bracken is probably more of a clear-cut case, as is gorse.
On any view, it can't be said that these are modest areas that are affected.
Indeed, they are. Yeah.
You think they are modest?
I think these figures are modest. If you look at the whole, if you look at the context of the whole of the site, I think these are quite modest figures.
Well, that's interesting because they are greater than the applicant's figure for direct loss of Dune Heath habitat, which you say is unacceptable, but you think loss of more land within the SSSI to these encroaching invasive species is acceptable?
No, I didn't say it was acceptable. I said it's relatively modest in the context of the site, and with some modest investment in management, it could be quickly remedied. That was my point.
Well, they haven't been quickly managed over the period 1988 to 2016, have they?
Yes, there has been some management over that period of time because during some of that period of time, the Scottish Wildlife Trust was managing the site, and we were concentrating on encroachment of gorse and invasive rosebay willowherb at the time because we didn't feel at the time that the encroachment of birch was a particular problem. The bracken area, I think probably by the time I was at the site, had already extended to around about 3 hectares. I can't remember exactly, but my guess would be that it was already at the something close to the 2009 extent.
You don't mention the significance of the spread of meadowsweet. Are you aware of that?
I don't mention the significance of the spread of meadowsweet now.
Are you not aware of it?
I am aware that meadowsweet is a common plant in many of the dune slack habitats when the dune slacks have dried out.
But you don't know to what extent it's expanded since you've been at Coul.
Well, I'm aware there's a difference of opinion again amongst ecologists as to whether you would classify meadowsweet as an invasive species or a natural component of the site.
If you could answer the question, Mr. Hughes, you don't know what the rate of expansion has been since you left the site?
I don't know the exact figure now.
You said in your evidence in chief this afternoon that when you were at the Trust, you employed a light touch in managing the invasive species. Is it not the case the evidence demonstrates that your light touch through the SWT was not good enough because it continued to expand?
Well, I would contend that it probably continued to expand after the management agreement ended. Up until that point, we were at least halting the rapid expansion. So I'll probably disagree with that statement.
So is it your evidence to this inquiry that the problems on the site have all occurred since 2010 when the management agreement with the Trust ended?
No, I think there were problems when the management agreement was extant between Campbellsmoor Estate and the Scottish Wildlife Trust, but it's also important to note that the Scottish Wildlife Trust was a partner under that management agreement, and we didn't have full control of the site. Campbellsmoor Estate were ultimately the owners and ultimately made the decisions as to what was acceptable and what was not. So, for example, when we erected the juniper exclosures to protect some of the older juniper bushes from overgrazing, we had to agree that with Campbellsmoor Estate before we went ahead with that. And they did agree to that particular management intervention. And those exclosures were useful for a while when there was grazing on the site.
Does that not illustrate the difficulty to use your banner in saving Coul links, that you need to have the cooperation and ownership of the owner of the site to achieve anything of significance?
The Scottish Wildlife Trust owns and or manages at 120 wildlife reserves across Scotland. Around about two-thirds of those we own, and the others are managed under agreement with the various different landowners. So we're only too aware that a collaborative approach and cooperation between landowners and the Trust, where we are working in partnership, is a prerequisite to successful management, yes.
And for all that you complain that the management agreement was brought to an end in 2010, the fact of the matter is that the applicants have managed to achieve agreement with the landowners over the nature of management of the site, which hasn't been achieved either with SNH or with the Scottish Wildlife Trust in recent times. Is that not the case?
I'm unaware of any conservation management agreement currently in place.
Well, there's an agreement in place in relation to the site that allows for the development to be implemented as proposed, which includes an environmental management plan. Are you aware of that?
I think I'd go back to the statement that there's nothing so wrong with this site as that the cure required would be golf. You know, to come back to that soundbite, albeit I'm trying to give exact evidence here rather than soundbite evidence. I do believe that kind of sums it up. Really, we don't necessarily need a full-blown 18-hole championship golf course in order to fix some of the modest management issues which are required.
Well, I know you favour the use of soundbites, and we'll come to that in due course. But could you answer the question? Do you know what is proposed in terms of the environmental management plan?
Well, I've read the inquiry documentation in relation to that. Yes, so I know the proposals. Yes.
And you would have to agree that those proposals contain a number of significant benefits for this site compared to the current situation.
They are in no way offset by the damage that would be done by the footprint of the. You know, I think you've got to look at the development proposal in its entirety. You can't just pick the mitigation measures or the management measures that might benefit certain aspects of the site. The proposal needs to be considered surely in its entirety, and if you consider it in its entirety, the impact will be significant.
Somewhat hypocritical, Mr. Hughes, because in your evidence you don't consider it in the entirety. You view it as unacceptable in principle.
I'm sorry, can you clarify?
Well, nowhere in your evidence do you recognise that there are significant ecological benefits and ornithological benefits that could be delivered through the environmental management plan. You simply set them aside and ignore them.
Not within the context of a golf course development. Yes, I would agree.
You would agree that you ignore them?
No, I would agree that you can't separate out the management measures, the mitigation measures from the footprint of the overall development. The two things would happen together. So therefore, you have to look at the overall impact, and the overall impact is significantly adverse on the ecological integrity of the site.
Well, we'll come to what your supporting evidence is for that in due course, but it applies on both sides of the fence. You have to look at the adverse impacts, you have to look at the benefits. Equally, if you're an objector, if you're a conservationist, you have to look at the conservation benefits that could be delivered if you're going to provide to the inquiry an objective opinion. That has to be the case. You can't just ignore them in your position.
My view on this is that the site is a protected area that is in need of some remedial management to bring it into more favourable condition in certain parts of the site. And Scottish Natural Heritage has attempted to put in place a management agreement with the owners and has as yet failed to do that. I believe that the next course of action, if that is not achieved, is to pursue a land management order.
On what basis do you believe that? Because there's no evidence before the inquiry of such a course of action being followed.
There's evidence before the inquiry that SNH have been in negotiations with the estate to pursue a management agreement.
That's a different thing, and you know that very well. You have said to the inquiry that the next course of action is a land management order. Now, Professor Angus was asked about this, and he advised that no such decision had been taken at this point in time and no land management order had been prepared. That's the position so far as SNH is concerned. So you're in no position to sit here today and tell the inquiry that you believe that the next step will be a land management order. You just before that question, speculating.
Just before that question is answered, this does obviously touch upon the SNH case, but if you recall, Sir, Professor Angus did explain that it was the next stage.
Yes, my question is based upon the exploration with Professor Angus as to just what practical steps, if any, have been taken to achieve that.
This witness is evidence about the next stage. I'm just pointing out that that's consistent with what Professor Angus said.
Well, that's a submission point. Have you discussed this matter with Professor Angus?
Can I just clarify for reporters? I'm not talking about whether there has been negotiations or that there's been steps put in place to negotiate a land management order. I'm saying if negotiations between SNH and a landowner get to a point where the management agreement, a management agreement cannot be agreed, and the site condition continues to decline, the next logical step for that is a land management order. In general, in any case, I'm not specifically referring to Coul Links. Just to clarify.
And just to be clear about your position, it's not within your knowledge as to whether that would be pursued.
Well, I was here for Professor Angus's evidence session, and I note what my learned friend just said. So that's as much information as I have on this issue.
Therefore, going back to the proposal that's before this inquiry, as of today, that's the only proposal where there's clear evidence of an intent and identification of specific measures to improve the condition of this site. Is that not the case?
They would appear to be at the moment, yes.
If I could just go back, because I don't think I got an answer to a question about 10 minutes ago. I think I asked you what light management techniques the Scottish Wildlife Trust employed when it was the guardian of the site. Could you tell us exactly what steps were employed?
Certainly, I've mentioned some. So, invasive species control was mentioned. So we engaged in some removal of gorse and rosebay willowherb, as I mentioned previously. I also mentioned the exclosures that were put up to protect some of the more sensitive juniper habitats, which at that point were suffering from pressures from grazing. It's also been mentioned, actually, in my examination in chief, that the vulnerable breeding birds on the north of the site, where we erected signage and also engaged in wardening to try and discourage people from straying into that area. So these are the types of management interventions we were making. We also erected a barrier at the northern end of Coul Links to prevent cars from driving on the sensitive salt marsh habitats because there was, for example, breeding ring plover in those areas, and to protect the breeding ring plover, we tried to keep cars off that site. So there was a locking barrier and some stobs placed to discourage cars from driving on that area. So a range of different management measures to improve the condition of the site.
You've also said a couple of times today that at the time that the Trust left Coul Links, it was in favourable condition. Is that overall you mean it was in favourable condition?
Yeah, so I come back to this point that there are certain areas of the site, mainly on the eastern side, which abuts the agricultural land, which have suffered from encroachment by invasive species and some nutrient enrichment, and it's also where the bracken is. Generally, in the kind of central part of the dune system and on the four dunes, the site is in good condition. So it's kind of, if you like, there's a kind of western fringe of the site which is in unfavourable condition at the moment because of this because of various kind of pressures coming from the land side of that area. But the rest of the site, I think, is in well, as we've seen from some of the submissions in this inquiry, there's an extraordinary abundance of biodiversity. The invertebrate flora and bird fauna of the site is in my experience, one of the finest of any coastal site in Scotland.
Well, so far as the Ramsar features are concerned, and also the SSSI features are concerned, sand dune habitat is not in favourable condition, is it?
Again, I don't think there's a yes and no answer to that question, if I may, because there are some aspects of the sand dunes which, for example, which have been affected by the imposition of a conifer plantation in part of the site, which has now been felled, which has led to unfavourable condition in that particular part of the site. But by and large, the rest of the site is in very, very good condition.
I noticed that within your precognition, you make no mention of the SSSI designation. You refer only to the Ramsar site designation.
Yes.
Have you looked at the SNH site condition monitoring report?
I have, yes.
And it would appear from the evidence of Professor Angus and from the two condition reports that we have, that was recorded as the status in terms of the conservation status for sand dune habitat in 2000 and also in 2010. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And that it's still recorded as being an unfavourable condition?
Yes, for the reasons that we've been discussing.
Primarily for the threats, which the one most identified being the invasive species. So,
correct, yeah.
On any view, if you were being objective, Mr. Hughes, you would not describe this site as pristine or a fine example because it's been in unfavourable condition in respect to the habitat that you cite mostly in relation to the Ramsar citation. I know you refer to other ones, but when you were answering Mr. Collar's questions, you went through the various sand dune habitat types, didn't you?
Yeah, I think this is actually really, hopefully, very useful to the reporters to understand this, because when the site condition methodology, if there's an impact identified, such as invasive species on the western fringe of the site, the assessment is assessed as unfavourable. What I'm trying to get at here is that there are certain aspects of this site, and they're relatively modest in extent in relation to the overall site, which are in unfavourable condition. But there are large tracts of the site which are in favourable condition. In fact, very, very rude health condition, I would contend. So that's what I'm trying to explain. There's a degree of interpretation of the site condition monitoring which is required to understand actually what's going on the site.
Do you accept that when the monitoring report is carried out, it's looking at the extent of feature within the site and the condition of the feature as a whole?
Yes.
And it doesn't just include the obvious invasive species that have been discussed in the evidence, the experts for the applicants. But one of the more extensive problems is the rank grassland, which is spreading apace across the site.
I don't think the rank grassland is spreading apace. I mean, I think there are certain areas where rank grassland is increasing. I'm looking at SNH. Sorry, sirs, I haven't got the reference, but it's the site condition monitoring form, and it's the updated April 2017 version. Now, just to demonstrate what I'm actually trying. Sorry.
I think it's CD 5.9. Oh, sorry, 5.8.
we all have it now.
Thank you. And I'm taking the reporters to this document because I'm trying to explain what I mean by large areas of the site being in good condition and there being relatively small areas which need some attention. So if you start from what's page 3 of 19, it says at the bottom, I'm not sure what that is in the electronic version. And the left-hand column, the far left-hand column, is the attribute, and then it talks about the standard target and the site-specific target to be met. And then the fifth column over is whether the target has been met. So the fifth column describes whether the target, as set down in the site condition monitoring criteria, has been met or not. Now, going through those, you look at so this is for the strand embryo mobile dunes in the start of the document. But my point being is really I'd like to look at column 5, which is whether the target has been met. So on page 1, target met, target met, target met, target met, four target mets. It goes on. The next target, which is zonation from beach to fixed dune, should be intact over at least 95% of the coastal frontage. The target wasn't met, and I think I would certainly defer to my geomorphological colleagues on that one. The next 7 attributes are all target met. We then go on to page 5, where again, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of the 9 targets on that page have been met. The one that hasn't been met is that sand or shingle extraction was absent because there was some unauthorized shingle removal in 2013.
Sorry,
now, I could carry on going through the whole document, but my point being is there are large. The site condition assessment has concluded that the target for the attributes to be in
I'm not sure we're all looking at the same document here. 5.8 is the one that we've been looking at, which is, I was looking at page 4 and 5 out of 17. Are you looking at a different document out of 19?
Yeah, I'm looking at page 4 out of 19. So we may not be looking at the same document. So this is the site condition monitoring form for Log Fleet SSSI.
From what year?
And it's looking at sand dunes as the feature. The date is, the last site visit is stated as the 1st of August 2014, but then on page 3 it says it's updated in April 2017. And that's because an extra column has been added on the likely impact of the golf course. Have I got a different document to everybody else? Perhaps you could furnish me with
So perhaps
the
we'll
original
just take
CD
a minute
5.8.
or a few minutes, and that can be found.
Yeah. Do we just take a 5-minute break just now then? Yeah.
Could I suggest maybe as an alternative, Mr. Hughes, could maybe look at the document we were looking at and see if he can make the point he was going to make by referring to that one?
I think sorry, sirs, if I could ask my colleagues to bring me a copy, that would be.
Can I go back to my suggestion that we take a 5-minute break? Sorry.
Okay, let's do that. Yeah, for
Thank you.
5 minutes. Thank you. Work out where we are with this document. This was CD. It was CD 5.8, wasn't it? And certainly the version that we have is the August 2014 version, which says nothing about being subsequently updated. And I understand that's the version that the applicants have as well. But are we back now to that document, and we can disregard what other document might have come subsequently? Is that the position, or is it more complicated than that?
Well, maybe sort of...
If I can assist in some way, I hope. It looks as though it's possible that there is a more current version, and the reason I say that is that, like the witness, SNH have my instructing agent has a document from SNH which appears to have been updated in April 2017. Caveat to that, though, is that it looks as though the text is either identical or in large measure the same, but I can't confirm that without doing a complete comparison one against the other. In order to avoid further confusion, what's been suggested to me by my instructing solicitor is that SNH undertake to circulate the current version, including any update, this evening to allow parties to take that into account. That would mean that it's possibly the case that Ms Wilson can't pursue this particular line of cross any further today, or if she did, it would be by reference to the CD 5.8, which is already lodged. I'm afraid I can't be any more helpful than that at the moment, but that's the information I have at the moment.
Well, at least on that side of the room, you've identified the discrepancy. I take it from what you've said, the 2017 document's not lodged.
Well, there's a note that in a document I'm looking at the moment which indicates there's been an update. What I'm not clear about is whether there's any difference in the substance of the actual condition monitoring, because the comparison that I've done so far suggests that they're very, very similar, possibly identical, but I can't confirm that.
Okay, I mean, I just wonder if this is a more general point that's being made, could we proceed on the basis of the 2014 version that we have, and if it subsequently transpires that there's any substantive changes which we need to come back to, then we can maybe do that rather than abandon this line just now. Does that sound acceptable?
Are you suggesting, sir, that the witness has given the actual CD 5.8 that we are all looking at?
Yes, and presuming he's able to answer questions on the basis of that, yeah.
Sir, can I just point out before we forget that it was the witness who went to the report in the first place? So the question didn't refer him to the report. So if we can just bear in mind that it's a key point for Mr. Hughes to satisfy himself which document he wants to refer to.
May I? Thank you. The point that I was trying to make can be made through reference to the 2014 version, which is page 1 of 17 rather than 19 at the bottom. So I think we're all referring to the same document. And my point is, it's actually immaterial whether I refer to the updated version or this version in terms of the point I was trying to make in relation to site condition. So I can continue now, or should I continue?
Yes, thank you.
So the point here is that the current condition assessment, as is assessed at the beginning of this document, is unfavourable, no change. But what's important, I think, for the reporters to understand is the detail behind that assessment. And in particular, I think it's important to look at the attributes which are in column 1, so all the various attributes of the sand dune interests on the designated site. And the final column, if we can skip to the chase, the final column, which is target met or not met, because this relates back to what I was trying to explain before about, large areas of the site being in good condition, and there being some aspects of the site which need management attention. So, and I would simply say, as you scroll down the document, you can read across from the various attributes to the target met column, and you can see that the vast majority of the attributes of the site which have been assessed are considered to be in good condition, as in the target has been met. And there are relatively few aspects of the site, and they refer to some of the things that we've been talking about in terms of scrub encroachment and so on, which are where the target has not been met. But they are relatively modest in extent, and they are management challenges which could be overcome with some modest investment, as I've said. So, and the reason why I've cited this and gone to this document is I think this is critical to the inquiry, to understand not just a headline figure of the site is in unfavourable condition, but actually to understand what is actually happening on the site and, amongst the various different attributes. And I would urge us to understand that degree of detail on the attributes. So thank you for letting me clarify, and apologies for the confusion over the two documents.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we continue then, Ms Olsen? Is that okay?
We can continue, but I'm not continuing with this line at the moment. I actually agree with my line of friend, Mr Mackay, that it would be better to return to it when we've all looked at 2017 to say go through the exercise, because the answer to the question went away to some extent from the question, and there's been no specific reference to particular targets that are not, particular attributes in respect of which the targets are not met. So I'll come back to that tomorrow.
So I'm anticipating Mr Hughes won't be finished giving his evidence tonight then, so we can come back to that tomorrow once you've had a chance to see the updated version of that document. Okay.
A general question, though. Given that the notified feature, sand dune habitat, is in an unfavourable condition, it would be incorrect to describe this SSI as being in pristine condition, wouldn't it?
Again, I come back to the point that there are certain aspects of the site, there are certain areas of the site which could be considered to be pristine, and other areas of the site which have been are currently undergoing pressures from some threats such as scrub encroachment.
It's not just some threats. The threats are of such significance that the habitat, the relevant habitat that you refer to and you cite under reference to the Ramsar citation is considered to be in unfavourable condition and has been for nearly 20 years. And on that basis, if you were being objective and independent, you could not describe this site as pristine.
No, I agree. If you take the whole of the site as one unit, and you look at the condition assessment as is kind of described in the kind of headline at the top, then it would appear the site is in unfavourable condition. Where I'm trying to help the reporters here is to understand that this is not a blanket unfavourable condition across the whole site. There are certain aspects of the site, particularly on the western boundaries, which have undergone ecological change as a result of agricultural buffering up against agricultural land. But there are large areas of the site which are in very, very good condition. Maybe even you could describe that as pristine condition. And this is extremely important to understand in the context of a development proposal such as this.
Well, we'll come back to that in more detail tomorrow. One aspect of the condition of the site is the invasive species, but there's also evidence that the site the internal dune system is becoming overfixed. Are you aware of that?
Which aspects of the dune system are you referring to?
Well, there's very little bare sand, for instance. correct. In the internal part of the dune system?
Yeah, away from the foredune,
Yes.
there is relatively small areas of bare sand, yeah.
And do you agree that in terms of conservation, it's desirable for the bare sand areas to be increased within the internal dune system?
Not necessarily. I think the mobile part of the dune system and the embryonic dunes on the foreshore are the areas where there's dynamic sand dune systems. More as you come inland and you come into the areas of dune slack and the wetland habitats and the semi-fixed dunes and the dune heath, the processes are less dynamic.
Well, I think you said not necessarily in response to my question that it would be desirable to have an increase in bare sand within the internal dune system. Even on your own evidence, there would be benefits, for instance, for the small blue butterfly that your colleague is talking about in evidence.
The small blue, in my experience, tends to use those areas where its host plant kidney vetch occurs on the more mobile foredune systems, which are, by and large, still mobile. But I really should defer to my colleague, who will be giving evidence on Lepidoptera, Dr. Mark Young, on that one.
Again, the fact that the dune system is becoming overfixed in the internal part of the site is not indicative of a pristine site.
I mean, that's an interesting conclusion. I think if you look at dune dynamics, there is a process over time, and actually one of the important features of this site that it includes a fault transition from mobile dune on the foreshore to more fixed dune type situation towards the interior of the site and kind of almost everything in between. So it's that full range of different dynamic processes which is important here. So the succession of the site to a more stable fixed dune situation is a natural process, and I think it would be up to the subtleties of a management plan in any future management agreement to decide whether there could be, for example, the creation of new bare areas to set off new successions. But again, I think that's probably debatable as to whether that is a positive or a negative conservation intervention.
Well, if the consequence of the dunes becoming overstabilised is that you're losing the marron grass, for instance, at the expense of the encroaching falsos oat grass and cook's foot, which are important species, surely that is not supportive of good conservation.
Yes, if the dune was stabilising into and succeeding into a habitat which was rich in a fixed dune habitat which was rich in species under natural processes, that would be very different from if it was succeeding through the encroachment of rank grasses due to, for example, nutrient enrichment from the neighbouring agricultural land. Which is why I come back to the point that the pressures on the western boundary of the site are actually where some of the damage is occurring, and I agree need to be addressed.
When you say the western boundary of the site, do you mean the application site or the triple SI?
I mean the triple SI, not the application site. The application site extends well beyond into the agricultural fields roundabout.
Although you yourself have been involved with NVC survey work, have you ever carried out an ecological impact assessment relative to a development proposal?
No, I've been part of teams which have done ecological impact assessments, but I've never managed or carried out a full-blown environmental impact assessment myself, no.
And you understand that that assessment process is a central part of EIA work?
Yes.
And that it always forms part of an environmental statement, now known as an environmental impact assessment report?
Yes.
Am I right to understand that you suggest in your evidence that it's not appropriate for assessment of effects on a site as complex as this, as you put it?
Sorry, could you point to the paragraph of my recognition?
I may actually be thinking about the inquiry statement for the Trust, but do you, let me put the question to you generally, the way in which the consenting process is carried out in the United Kingdom, including Scotland, is that the environmental impact assessment process is fundamental to informing the decision maker. Is that not the case?
My precognition is about the purpose and significance of designated sites rather than the EIA process. We do talk about this in the written submissions.
Involved in forming those written submissions?
Some parts of them, yes.
If we could just explore what you mean by your evidence in paragraph 3.2. And you say impacts on this dynamic and complex ecosystem cannot be fully evaluated by simply totaling up the sum of individual impacts. Is that a reference to the EIA process?
No.
What's it a reference to?
It's a point to emphasise that this particular type of mosaic of habitats, and we referred in the beginning to the MVC map, reference of which I've forgotten, and it is an extraordinarily complex mosaic of different dune slack, heath, sand dune of various different types within the complex of Coul links. Hence my statement there that it's a unique, unreproducible space, because there's clearly nothing quite like it anywhere else. It is unique in that sense. And the impacts on the dynamism of such a complex ecosystem are very difficult to evaluate just by taking the individual components and assessing those in isolation. So the point I was trying to communicate to the reporters here is that the cumulative impact, and we've had several evidence sessions on fragmentation, and I mentioned this morning fragmentation in relation to island biogeography. So the fragmentation and edge effect that is created from the imposition of a golf course on a complex site such as this means it's extremely difficult, given the ecological complexity of it, to actually understand the totality of impacts, and just simply totaling up the individual impacts doesn't give you that bigger picture, if you like.
There's no evidence that you produce that indicates that that is the approach taken by the ecologists involved in the ecologic impact assessment, is there?
I wasn't making reference to the environmental impact assessment in 3.2, no.
I've already mentioned to you the fact that you focus on the Ramsar designation. Why is it that you haven't had regard to the relevance of the SSSI designation when you tell us at the beginning of your recognition that's the purpose of this document?
The purpose of my recognition was to look at the three different designations, or the purpose and the significance of the designations. My particular contribution to this inquiry is focused on the international importance of the site. Hence the weight I've given to the Ramsar Convention in the recognition.
Were you directly involved in lobbying the government and instructing parliamentary questions to the effect of trying to secure a change in policy requiring an appropriate assessment for a Ramsar site designation?
Can you clarify what you mean by lobbying the government?
Well, it's clear that there were a number of parliamentary questions put by different MPs, including John Ferry of the Scottish Green Party and Claudia Beamish. That documentation is lodged within the Coul documentation. And around the time that a decision was being taken in respect to the Coul procedure, there was a lot of press releases from objectors, including the coalition or members of the coalition, asserting that it was important that Ramsar sites had the same protection on Natura sites. Do you agree?
Again, we've made a written submission on this. This is a matter of policy, and the reporters have requested that we don't cover matters of policy in the witness sessions. So I would simply refer the reporters to our written submission on Ramsar. In answer to your question, was I directly involved in lobbying those particular MSPs to lodge parliamentary questions? The answer is no.
Any other member of your coalition group involved?
I couldn't say.
So you haven't discussed policy implications with Aidan Smith of RSPB?
Policy implications and policy procedures were discussed by the Conservation Coalition when we developed our evidence on for our written submission on policy.
You say you weren't personally involved in lobbying politicians yourself, but were you involved in the coalition deciding upon a strategy of seeking to secure a policy change from the Scottish Government requiring appropriate assessments for Ramsar sites?
I think strategy might be slightly overcooking. I mean, clearly conservation organisations are in regular contact with government, and we engage with government on a range of different policy areas. We respond to consultations. We get involved in evidence sessions to Parliament. That's part of what we do as campaigning organisations. Whether you call that a strategy, I would. Maybe sometimes it is. Sometimes there's campaign strategies around particular things. I don't think in this case it could be called a strategy.
So are you telling the inquiry that you had no involvement with the raising of the profile of the issue in the summer of 2018 before the call-in?
Oh no, I'm certainly not saying that. I was saying that I didn't have any direct involvement in contacting MSPs to lodge parliamentary questions. It's no secret that the Scottish Wildlife Trust has been campaigning against this golf course development in the wider media and the wider world. But I'm here as an expert witness to give evidence on the purpose and the significance of designated sites rather than to talk about the campaign.
Well, these are legitimate questions, Mr. Hughes. So far as my last question was concerned, you said you wouldn't say you were not involved. Can we take it from that? You were involved in seeking to secure a policy change. Not directly involved, but you were involved in agreeing with your coalition members that that was an objective to seek to achieve before this inquiry?
Again, I would refer the reporters to our written submission on Ramsar. It's all in there.
We do have written evidence on the policy, or the policies which are to be applied. I'm not clear to what extent it's going to be terribly relevant to us or helpful to us in terms of what happened before that or what happened in the process of policy changing or being clarified. I'm just feel that we're getting away from the impacts of this development and the application of policy to this development and going into areas as to how that policy was derived. I'm just trying to understand where this is going or how it's going to help us. Ms Wilson.
There is a purpose to it, sir. It's perhaps not of direct relevance to how you'll determine the issues, but it may be of relevance at a later stage.
Well, if it's not of relevance to us, do we need to hear about it?
To the extent that we have, I'm quite content, sir.
Okay, thank you. It's 4:25. We're clearly not going to be finished with hearing Mr Hughes' evidence today. So I'm in your hands, but if you feel you reach the time for a natural break and to finish for the day, then just let me know and we can consider that.
Yes, I think that would be an appropriate point, sir.
Just before you wrap up, just in common with earlier in the inquiry, if I just make an undertaking on behalf of my client that although some of us are sharing the same accommodation, we will not discuss Mr Hughes' evidence with him overnight.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr Coul. Mr Campbell intimated earlier on to us that Mr Dargy, for personal reasons, may not be available to give evidence for the rest of this week. Now, it's probably something we can pick up again tomorrow, just to recap on where we are and which evidence, which witnesses we'll be hearing from. But I think I'm still proceeding on the basis that after Mr Hughes' evidence, it would be for Dr Bowie to give evidence and then complete the applicant's witnesses. Is that how parties are anticipating proceeding tomorrow?
I know there was some discussion earlier about Dr Young, I think, giving his evidence before Dr Bowie. I think I was present with Mr Coul when he mentioned to him he had certain availability problems. I don't know how that will place. I would like to get Dr Bowie through tomorrow and conclude the applicant's case if possible.
Ms Wilson is correct, sir, that we're stacking up a whole range of availability problems because it's running so late. So the concern is that when we complete Mr Hughes, if we didn't go on with Dr Young, he has availability issues, Dr Wright has availability issues as well, and I believe from the discussion this morning that at least some time on Friday, if not the whole of Friday, has been set aside already for other witnesses. So in terms of the remainder of the week for my client's evidence, that only leaves tomorrow and Thursday.
Yeah, I've not given away Friday completely yet. Dr Bell, I think, will be giving evidence on Friday, but as far as that, beyond that, I'm not sure anything's fixed. I mean, it might be something that you can consider, and then perhaps it might be for discussions between you. But when you say so, Dr Bowie's available. You said ideally tomorrow. In extremis, he would be available for part of Thursday. Is that correct? Thank you. And for the coalition, you said it should just be helpful to know exactly what those are, if you can say at this point, just so as we can start the programme.
Indeed, sir. It's maybe easier to start with Dr. Wright on ornithology. Let's start on her availability. She is not available next week. So the priority, I would suggest, is to get her evidence heard this week. She is available every day this week in effect, so there is some flexibility there. Dr. Young in Lepidoptera is available tomorrow, not available on Thursday, but is available on Friday. So there's a juggling act around the availability of those two witnesses. When we're just on the topic of coalition availability, if I can remind everyone that Mr McAdam has still to be heard, but he's not available until next week anyway.
Okay, that's beyond my powers of computing just now. I wonder, is it... And I'm sorry, I'm not ignoring you, Mr Campbell, but there's Dr Coppins as well, of course, and his availability. He's travelling or is planning to travel for this week, is that correct?
I was going to say flippantly, perhaps you need me to organise the timetabling, but that would be impertinent. Yes, he's planning to travel tomorrow to give evidence on Thursday. But I can still change that if you want me to.
So I think between us we could sort out a running order that takes care of everybody's interests through discussion.
I mean, okay, it's possibly something we can address at the start of tomorrow, but if in the meantime discussions between the parties help address some of these matters, then that would be great. That would be helpful to us. But yeah, I just it's the caveat I made earlier on that this is starting to look tricky in terms of overall timescales, and so we do need to bear in mind the need to make as fast progress as we can. But if that's something for discussions between the parties offline, and perhaps we can pick up again tomorrow morning at 9:30 then. Okay. Thank you very much.